be here. Thankfully, Joyce is not coming.
Yeah, she's going to join us online.
I know, but you will sit here. Me, I will be here with Mike, roaming Mike, our generation of everybody here.
All right.
So you have to be here to represent us.
It's fine. I'm with you, but at the same time, you permit me to be
you
part
will be
of.
here.
It's fine. I mean,
all those in favor of Ajele sitting down, say hi.
They just say hi. Hello. So, ladies and gentlemen, you are in.
Please welcome the senior advocate of comedy, Mr. Ayodele Okundalaye.
Sako.
Sir, there's a seat for you in front. Sir. And now, coming into the building, the GCON himself, Grand Commander of the Order of Niger in comedy. Ladies and gentlemen, his name is so big, I cannot call him by name. Please help me welcome Uncle Gbenga Adeyinka.
With a clap and a shout, ladies and gentlemen. I love that.
Yes. Damola is in the building. He's hiding. Damola, come and sit down.
Damola is our name.
Come here. Damola, come and sit down. Damola, come and sit down. Yes. Damola is my name.
Damola is our name. You're a minister. But, I mean, not a minister. Yes, sir. So, ladies and gentlemen, can we start?
So we're going to say open prayer. Please, who did you nominate?
Can someone volunteer to give us a very short?
Anybody? Uncle Gbenga said somebody who has not done anything today. I said, look you, my brother.
Listen.
Let us pray.
So we first remove shade, self.
In Jesus' name. Father, we thank you for bringing us here today. We thank you for this gathering. We thank you for your son, Ajele. We thank you for those four you have brought him. We thank you because this is just the beginning. He is going far, and he will go far. In Jesus' mighty name. Thank you for bringing us here today. Thank you for bringing us in one piece, not in pieces. And as we leave here today, we're going to be enlightened, we're going to be educated, and we are going to receive in Jesus' mighty name. Thank you, Father, for answering prayer. In Jesus' name, amen.
Okay. Now, we have clapped for our bros. I think we should clap for one more person. I know that when we say a prayer, we just do it solemn, sober, and that's it. But if you are glad that you have breath in your nostrils, please give it up for the Most High God.
Is this how you're going to clap for your Creator?
Kept us all.
The King of Kings.
Brought us all this far.
Your Father.
And has ensured that we are valuable to our industry, to our community, and our family.
Is this what you want to give to that God that gave you breath? Come on, ladies and gentlemen, give him a better round of applause.
You can add a noise to it. Great. All right, please do have your seats. That's it.
So, ladies and gentlemen, without wasting much of your time,
opening remark by our dear brother.
Today is okay. Am I permitted to climb the stage? Is it Omo or Omo?
Omo.
Omo. This is how we dress past host. Okay, it's fine. These ones, they are here to learn. They will not give you a job. All right, so this is not an idea. It's just, every idea starts with a thought. Am I right? So I just imagine that I'll be in my house someday, and I will have my fathers in the industry just sit around me, and I will have the opportunity to ask them questions. But then, this saying that they say what is worth doing is what? right? So we decided to take it a step further, and that is why we are here today. And it's a big honor and a great privilege for us to have our fathers, I mean, not just fathers, grandmasters in the industry. And as a matter of fact, Uncle Gbenga got here even before me. Yeah, I was busy doing other things, but Uncle Gbenga got here before me. So you need to learn that from him, not from me, all right? So what I thought would be in my sitting room or in my living room, we decided to bring it out, and here we are. And I would like to thank you all for coming. If you know you came in, I mean, you don't live in Lagos and you came this morning because of this event, please let me see your hands up. One. Chris.
Hold on, oh. Please, where are you coming from?
Akure.
Where are you coming from?
Abuja.
Abuja. Please, a round of applause for him. What's the name?
MC Jamo, Joshua Michael.
Joshua Michael.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So who else? Who else? That lady over there.
Who else?
Yes, I can confirm. I can. Yes.
Wow.
Who else came from Abuja?
Wow, Babalaria. Wow, Babalaria is here.
Okay, I have 100,000 for you.
Wow. Thank you so much, sir.
I came from.
From where? Hey, Babalaria, sit down.
All right, sorry.
Okay.
If Sako can do it, can Ada?
I came from Osun State.
Wow, all the way from Osun State. Wow, that's good.
I came from Akure in Ondo State.
That's accurate.
Madam, don't. Don't. Where did
As
you
it is, I think she wants to change her location.
Okay.
I came from Ibadan.
So, guys, permit me to stop calling you ladies and gentlemen, because this is exactly how I want it to be like. Let's learn together and let's have fun together, all right? So I don't want to do ladies and gentlemen. If you look at my brand perception, you think of me, you think of fun, right? I am not in the wavelength of someone like Sako. No, let's be realistic with our brands, right? So that is why I decided to call it Beyond the Mic. Damola could do his masterclass this year or next year. Yes, I'll wear my suit and I'll go there. But I am not Damola. Damola is not me. So we are different and we are unique. So I just want it to be as simple as possible. Let's just have fun. Throw jokes. Let's just relate. So basically, we are here to ask our grandmasters questions, and I'm sure they are ready to answer us. Alibaba is almost here. Joyce Daniels is going to join us online. She was supposed to be here, but she called me this morning that she would prefer to join online because she's having a conference, I think this week or next week, and she'll be having a meeting with one of the sponsors. If you're the one to, you meet your sponsors, right? Because none of these men are getting paid for what they're about to impact us with, okay? So one more time, let's put our hands together for them. By the way, Acapella is almost here. I decided to put Acapella because in the generation of Alibaba, Gbenga Adeyinka, I think Acapella is still closer to the young generation. So I don't want it to be all MCs.
What about you?
I'm part of you. I'm one of you, all right? I mean, I have so many of my senior colleagues here. So, ladies and gentlemen, can we start now? All right, Omo, can you please take us further from here? God
Okay,
bless
please
you.
a round
Thank
of
you.
applause again for our convener, chief host, visionary, Ajele. Okay, now that he has gone there, I have to go there. But me, I can't sit down. Okay, and first on my list to come up for us to interact with. Mr. Ayodele Okundalaye. Please, a round of applause for the senior advocate of comedy, Sako. Sir, any seats that fit your... But sir, wait, I have a question for you. It's just my first question for you. You are coming for this event. You know, see all of us, we're not serious. Why you crack like this? Wear suit, wear pocket square.
I have an event not far from here when I'm done. No, I have an event.
Okay.
Yes.
Because you dress like saying that you bring all of us. I don't know what Ajele was saying about...
No, I have an event.
Okay, but please appreciate him. Despite the fact that he has an event, he has made time to be with all of us, his comrades. Thank you, sir. Okay, and I'd like to call... There's a lady that has a site bio of our... Okay, yes, Adasa, please. Need help? MCs learn to be gentlemen to help ladies up.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd give us a 3/10 for that response. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, anchors of laughters and events. Good afternoon, special guests of honor. Good afternoon, our speakers. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ogunkola Ifeoluwa Esther, but every time I have the opportunity to stand behind a microphone like this, you can call me Adasa, the compare without comparison. And it is my distinct honor to be reading this citation. I mean, this man is a father and a mentor to all. And I'd like to crave his indulgence to please remain standing as I read his profile. And that is no other person than Gbenga Adeyinka. Thank you very much, sir. All right, thank you so much. Gbenga Adeyinka is a Nigerian multi-award-winning actor, comedian, radio and TV presenter, writer, and MC. He hails from Abeokuta in Ogun State, and he usually refers to himself as CFR, Comedian of the Federal Republic, and now GCON, Grand Comedian of Nigeria. He became popular with his Shine Shine Bubble promo for Star Game Show. He has also anchored television programs for AIT, Galaxy TV, MB High, and African Magic on DSTV. He speaks various Nigerian languages, and he's also the first to publish a comedy magazine in Nigeria known as Laugh Matters. After the show toured around Southwest State, it finally returned to Lagos. Gbenga Adeyinka was crowned the MC for elites and high-profile individuals due to his wealth of influence and experience in hosting A-list corporate and social-themed events. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, on a standing ovation, I would like to bring on stage the legend, the father, the mentor, Gbenga Adeyinka. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Is this the middle? This is the middle. This is your seat, sir. Okay. By the way, what she said about the elites, elite way is so elite. Because you be at an event and Uncle Gbenga can identify every dignitary by face and by name and designation. I also wonder that, Esther, is it that you have one spy in these places? Okay. But somehow he has managed. Please, once again, a round of applause for him. Esther, shake a joke, sir. Okay, how many of us know Tales by Moonlight? You must be really old to know Tales by Moonlight. Really old. Nobody. Sir, did you say? Please. Tales by Moonlight is a... Oh gosh, I can't believe I'm saying this. And I'm not that old. Can you say I'm young?
No. They know Tales by Moonlight. They're just jacking your chains now. If you don't know Tales by Moonlight, let me see your hand up. It's not possible. Let them go and Google it. They don't know it. No, but seriously, is there anybody that does not know Tales by Moonlight? You don't know it? Mugbe.
They're already singing itself.
Okay, Tales by Moonlight was a TV program on NTA network. hosted by Uncle
Jimmy Sholanke.
Jimmy Sholanke. He will tell stories about the tortoise and this. Just tell moonlight stories. That's what it was all about. Madam, please stand up. If you really didn't know it before now, let me see your hand. You are going to give us money.
So why did I bring up Tales by Moonlight? The idea is that these people here would share their stories. And people do not realize the power of stories. Stories are full and rich of knowledge, or with knowledge, whichever way you want to have it. So please, the floor is open. I'll allow them things about how they started, and they'll be humble. They won't tell us how they have arrived. But then I will be here throughout, taking questions from everyone. So, can we have you, sir? Tell us about yourself, how you started, and what.
Okay, good morning. Good morning, Your Excellencies. Good morning, everyone. It's afternoon already. Good afternoon. For me, this is not what I planned to. I wanted to sit in the audience and enjoy myself. My name is Sako SSUO. I'm a Master of Ceremonies. I started as a comedian exactly 20 years ago, the 1st of October 2005. That was the first time I was going to be paid professionally, 5,000 naira at the Kwara Hotels back as a student at the University of Ilorin. And it's been evolving. Before that time, I love comedy. I love the Night of a Thousand Laughs. So I used to borrow the cassettes. And then I used to anchor my church event. And then I saw that this was what I loved to do. And I wanted to find a name for myself. And I wrote down all my names. They were the Alibabas of this world, the Omo Babas of this world. And I said, do I want people to call me Sonny Baba? Because that's my first name. But I wrote down all my names. I wrote down my name, Sunday, Ayodele, Chukamadu, Okundalai, and that was how I got the name Sako. But up to the senior advocate of comedy, I realized that a lot of persons like the name senior advocate of comedy, that I wanted to study law since I couldn't become a distinguished silk. I evolved to become a senior advocate of comedy. And gradually, I started, I think mentorship actually made things very, very easy for me. I can't overemphasize the role that mentorship played in my life. And I think that's what I've been doing, getting back, getting feedback, getting platforms locally and internationally. I think for now, and that's how but that's how, right? Have I had any other one that I need to? Greater. What greater part? The greater part? Events. So it's from one small event that you do well that gets you another event. That's what happened. And then very, very intentional about the international gigs, I began to, strive and look forward to hosting events outside the country. So I used to book my ticket, go and do events in London, go and event in Dubai, even go to America and do events. When they see that you have a visa, one way or the other, it's easier for them to bring you. And that's how it started. Yeah. That's how it started.
Hi. Thank you. Sir, they say that you have to see.
You see, that's what they make you do. They just, as an MC, they push you up and down.
Sir, I can't believe you are doing this to me. Okay. I'm delighted to introduce a lady who we all know very well, and many of us aspire to be, and she has trained several African compeers and even as executive coaching for speaking and communications generally. I like to call her the lady in green, because every time you see Joyce, she's wearing green. And I believe it's because she has a very, very, she's even wearing green. It's because she has a very, very, I'm looking for the word, fresh insights. She has very fresh insight. Green represents fresh. Green represents fruitfulness. Green represents lushness. And all of those things typify Joyce Daniel. Please, a round of applause for Joyce Daniel.
Thank you so much.
Joyce, two people are giving you a standing ovation.
Really?
Now the whole room is giving you a standing ovation.
Thank you so
Only.
much. Thank you. I'm so sorry that I couldn't.
All right, please have your seats.
But my heart is here 100%. Thank you.
Can we fix the audio? Joyce, by the way, before you go on, I just learned that the people that gave you standing ovation initially, they did so because Uncle Gbenga Adeyinka promised someone 100K. So you are going to have to give two of them 100K to share. Please just work with the audio.
Yeah. Let me know when you can hear me, please. On the road again. I'll keep saying something until I'm
Who said that?
clear.
Okay. Joyce, yes.
It's good?
Yes,
You
we're
hear
good.
me?
Loud and clear.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. I'm so delighted to be here. I'm sorry that I couldn't be there in person, but I'm with you 100%. Thank you to everyone. Thank you, Uncle Gbenga and Sako, my guy. Good to see you. So our convener and your entire team, well done. I know that this takes a lot, so thank you for having us.
Joyce?
Yes, please.
Okay. So tell us like a bit about yourself, just in case some of us are meeting you for the first time, and how you ventured into hosting events and how it has been like so far in about 2, 3, 5 minutes max. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, let me start by Tales by Moonlight. I used to feature on Tales by Moonlight. I acted in a number of episodes on Tales by Moonlight with Auntie Nkem Orakwe. The other man, Storyland, Land of Beauty, Fun and Tales. Auntie Nkem Orakwe was Tales by Moonlight. And so I was that child who was always on stage speaking here and there. The first time I emceed an event, I was 10 years old in 1992. It was the First Lady's Children's Concert by Mariam Babangida at that time. I went with Auntie Kem and other children to dance, but in the course of the preparation, the First Lady asked to have children MCs instead of adults, and I was more than delighted to be one of those that was nominated by Auntie Kem to do that. I was so excited. So between age 10 and age 25, I had MC'd so many events for fun, as a hobby, like many of us have been doing. But then after NYSC, I got a job. I was so restless. Quit the job after about 7 or 8 months. Moved from Port Harcourt to Lagos, trying to find me. I continued to MC until Sunday, the 11th of November 2007, where I had MC'd the launch of Sleek Hair and Makeup in Nigeria. And the quality and caliber of people who gave me commendations, from Genevieve Naji, who came to meet me up on stage to say, "Girl, you were so good, you have to MC my event in May." And then there was T.Y. Bello, and then there was Adeswa Onyinokwe. And I was like, these people don't know me from Adam, so they have no reason to farm. So whatever they're saying, I should take to heart. And that was the day I decided that was going to be my profession going forward, that this was going to be my profession. That same Sunday night, I also decided that when I gained some experience, some more experience and clouds, I would begin to train others. And thankfully, in 2013, we started the first training. The rest, like they say, is history. Thank you.
Give a better round of applause for Joyce Daniels. And now, Egunla Ninkeyin. The Yoruba people help me. Is it Gbale or Gbala?
Liar to Johnny. They will have finished the food before the Egunla decides to. But good morning, good afternoon, my colleagues. Thank you very much for taking time out to be here. I was very scared, and I'll tell you why I was scared for Ajele. But first, let's give Ajele a round of applause. I was scared that he would lose faith in all of us.
Recording in progress.
Keep recording. Because I know of someone who tried something like this over a while and became frustrated. My friend T.A. started something for comedians. It was like a training workshop for comedians. I've forgotten what he called it. But you will find out that at that event, only comedians who didn't need it were there. Young people who needed it were not there, or they came very late. And this morning when I left home, I was praying for him. When I got there and I saw that the room was practically filled, I was so happy. So back to me. Well, I'm what you can call a nuisance in class. When I was growing up, I was always making noise. To curb my noise making, they made me class captain, which made it worse. Because you give a noisemaker authority, his friends are noisemakers. But I noticed that I loved to talk. I loved to share ideas. I loved to be the center of attraction. Unluckily for me, in Form 3, they called us to act a play called The Gods Are Not to Blame by Olarotimi. And I played Kurumi. I still have the play in my head. The story of man begins at birth. It's made then that our play begins with the birth of a child. The place is in the land of Kutuje. A baby has just been born to King Adetusa and his wife, Queen Ujola. And I realized then that I could memorize things. I realized that I remembered things a lot. And I enjoyed being on stage. So I started working towards studying theater arts because that was the closest thing to what I wanted to do. When I was in Form 5, my uncle asked me, hey, what do you want to be, Seth? I told him I wanted to be then in Form 3, I fell in love with one of my teachers, my Bible knowledge teacher, one of the most beautiful women I'd seen in my life. Her husband was a lawyer and he was in the army, was a captain in the army. So I changed and said I was going to study law and be a lawyer and join the army. When I collected the NDA form, my grandmother said, Olo Maje, that you will plan coup, they will kill you. So that was the end of my military career. I collected form to study law in LASU. Luckily, I was admitted to study law. But when my uncle saw my letter, that was when JAM still used to post admission letters. He saw the letter and said, you want to be a lawyer? I said, yes. The next morning, he carried me in his car, took me to Ikeja High Court, was pointing to lawyers. That one is a lawyer, that one too is a lawyer, He pointed at all the unsuccessful lawyers. So I became confused. So what did I do? I decided to go for A-levels. I went to the international school, Ibadan, for my A-levels. Unfortunately for them, they would take me to school in the morning, and in the afternoon I'll find my way home. And I used to walk past the theater arts department of UI. Those who went to UI know how vibrant they were. They will dance, they will sing, they will do all kinds of, and I told myself, this is what I want to do, sir. This is what I want to do. So, when then my friend who was in government college, Aikmo with me, before I went for A-levels, was matriculating. He was studying architecture. So he invited me over for his matriculation in Unilag. We went to see a play called Jambi Toast, put together by Theatre 15. So that day, I told myself, I'm coming to Unilag, I'm going to study theater arts, and I'm going to be in Aliu Makamabida Hall, which was the hall we slept in. When Jam Form came out, there was no theater arts in Unilag. The closest thing was English. So first choice, Unilag, English. Second choice, Unilag, English. Third choice, Unilag, English. When Jam result came out, luckily for me, Unilag called me for English. I was in Makamabida Hall. I joined Theatre 15. I I think I spent more time on stage in Unilag than I spent in class. In the course of time, they started inviting me to help anchor hall dinners, departmental dinners, club dinners. I was sort of like a folk hero. I was kind of like a folk hero in Unilag when it came to events. And when I graduated, permit me to welcome my darling sister, international superstar, the Lolo One of Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, please celebrate a star amongst us. Broadcaster, compare, and generally crazy person. A round of applause for her. So, I graduated, started working with my uncle in his construction firm, and every weekend somebody would call me who knew me in Unilag and say, please, I want you to help me anchor my wedding. And I'll go and do it. On campus, all I was getting was, oh my God, you're funny. Mwah, mwah. That was all I was getting, and I was happy with it. They were kissing me. I was enjoying the kisses. I was enjoying the hugs. I was enjoying the occasional food they will cook when I go to visit the ladies in their rooms. That was all I was getting paid. But when I graduated, people started inviting me to anchor their weddings. And I was doing that. I was doing a lot of that. And I was still not collecting money. It was just, thanks. Mommy, you are the man, oh, you are the man. And I was the man. But the man was driving one rickety car at that point, and sometimes there would not be petrol. But I was enjoying it. It was fun. Then I was working with my uncle, Sparklight Engineering. I was in corporate affairs. And he would always tell me, you're not a professional. I can't pay you more than my engineers. So I did APCON, which was a professional exam. He still won't pay me more. I did NIPR, Nigerian Institute of Public Relations. So after a while, I went into advertising. From advertising, they paid 4 times what my uncle was paying me. So I thought I had arrived. They gave me an official car. So I thought I had arrived. They paid the first 3 months. And the remaining 7 months of the year, I wasn't paid. So I started looking at other things to do. So I started children party entertainment. I would paint my face, wear clown costume, I had cartoon characters. We'll go to parties. Hello, children. Hello, uncle. If you're happy and you know, clap your hand. Pak, pak, pak. I did that all over Ikeja. I think Kiddies Incorporated was the king of that in the Ikeja axis. But I always tell people that God will always deposit something in you that will make a way for you. In the course of this, because I was the most popular in Ikeja, they came to me from MITV during every Children's Day. They will come to us to come and help entertain children and all that and all that. Then I came across a guy called Akindele Basharon of Alagbado. I don't know who knows him. Great guy, one of the best polyglots I know, one of the best comedians I know on radio. I don't know why he never transitioned to stage and all that, but on radio he was king. He was an amazing polyglot. He had comedy, half hour. So most times when I see him at MITV, I'll tell you, they say, you're the one on radio, I will say, yes, okay. Tell me a joke, I'll tell you true. So we'll be throwing jokes back and forth. You know, when you're a young person, you have no responsibility. Everything is funny to you. We'll just be throwing jokes. And I didn't know that somebody was watching us. Somebody called Fumi Farodoye. She was head of programs on MITV. She called me once and said, I'm starting a program. I want you to be on it. I said, no, Walana, na TV. Who doesn't want to be on TV? What will I be doing? He said, you'll be a comedian. I said, how? I'm not a comedian now. He said, no, you just come and tell the jokes you tell on the streets here on TV. So we started a program called Gist Night. And people will call it, oh my God, you are funny, oh. I said, this thing, I know they do and go now. And I was getting more attention. Every time I go, people say, I saw you on MITV yesterday. Not me now, not me. But there was still no money. But I was enjoying the popularity and until one day, one guy called, hello? Please, can I speak with that guy? The Gbenga Adeyinka? I said, yes. How much do you charge? I said, yes. Please, give us your program. Call after the program. In my mind, I said, money did this thing. I didn't know there was money in it. So after the program, I asked what do you call it? The producer that come, like, how much can we charge? I think we charge 2,000 or something. I said, look, he come to my office tomorrow. I went to his office. He paid me straight. I said, yeah. Collected the money. I went to anchor the event. I don't even remember what I wore. But I went to anchor the event. The guy said, well done. I met a few other people there. Then I met one person who worked in UBA. She said, you're very good, but you are crude. You don't dress well. She said, can I tell you the truth? I said, go ahead. You don't dress well. You are crude. You can be better than this. So that day, I went to Marina and bought a coat. If you ever bought a coat at Marina, can I see your hand? Gen Z, you can't buy. You can't buy. So I bought a coat. You know those coats you wear that your shoulders will be high up? So I bought the coat and I started. And in those days, I used to pray that God, I was doing basically weddings when I started. God, let me have wedding next weekend. So I started doing weddings every weekend in the month. So I said, God, let me start doing corporate events. So I started doing corporate events. I said, God, you've tried now. You've tried. Let me start doing government events. And people, they do this thing. Then I said, I don't do raw jokes, sir. I said, okay, just come. I didn't even negotiate fees. I didn't do anything. I went there. I worked with the late Gbenga Adeyinka. And that day, Ashiwaju said, you are good. And that was it for me. That was when I made up my mind. I was not going to do anything again apart from stand-up and MCing. Now something changed my mind about stand-up. This is why you won't see me at a lot of comedy shows. No featuring. I was making a lot of money from being an MC. So I went to the villa once to study English. So one thing I did was I started introducing quotes. If I have an event like this, for instance, if I was going to start when it started, I'll say, ladies and gentlemen, in the words of the great Winston Churchill, one of the finest prime ministers the United Kingdom had ever had, it's better to jaw than to war. Ladies and gentlemen, we're here to talk and not to war. I started building on that. I started building on it. And when God paves a way for you, I believe that even you can't stop yourself. A couple of years after I started, I got the break with Star. If Star gives you a break, and we're doing that program all over the nation, and you can't do a few things, then God self go punish you. People started inviting me from all over Nigeria. And one day I just realized that I'd worked in all the 36 states of Nigeria. So, and when I started, I like to rebrand. I think that's my biggest problem. When I started, I called myself Gbenga Adeyinka the first, the next in line. Then after a while, I called myself one other thing. Then I called myself something. I kept going on. Then one day, I now sat down with my friend Sean and was saying, what can we do that will get people talking again? What can we do that will get people talking? I don't know what I was watching on TV, and I saw CFR. So in my mind, I was playing with CFR, comedian of the Federal Republic, comedian. So I started calling myself CFR. Gbenga Adeyinka the first CFR. There are a lot of you now started calling yourself CFR. So I said, okay, I had to move up. But I could not take GCFR because Alibaba was my role model, has always been my role model, has always been my mentor. And that's the place of mentorship. That's the place of not being too big to ask. I'll be at events, maybe a state function, and in those days when I didn't know Jack, a governor will be there, a minister will be there, a House of Rep will be there, maybe the president is there. If you mess up protocol, you won't get the next gig. I'll just quickly go, Dondada, I beg. That's what I call him. There's a governor here. There's a former governor here. There's this here. Who do I introduce first? What is the order? And God bless Alibaba. See, when people say you open your doors too much, I tell them if people before me has done so much for me and I don't do it for other people, then God will punish me. Alibaba would call you when he has jokes. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the legendary Acapella. A round of applause for you, please. Please do not stop clapping. Do not stop clapping. Do not stop clapping.
Sir, since you've done so, please I'd like to introduce somebody who is here already. Beautiful, delectable, amazing, very amazing. You know, when I heard I would have to introduce her, one of the few things I found out, and I've always known, is that number one, we both went to the same alma mater, Lagos State University. We're both in the same faculty of law. And I mean, she's the dream that I would have aspired to. She's an actress, a lawyer, a radio presenter, a producer. She recently produced her own movie. Please welcome with me the one, the only Omotunde, a.k.a. Lolo, number one. Oopsie, my bad. All right.
Okay, so I'm rounding off, and they know why I'm doing this. Where was I? God bless Alibaba. Alibaba would always give of himself. Alibaba built what the second generation has. And Alibaba was so giving. The first 1 million I made as an MC, I got from a job Alibaba told me to go and do. Alibaba will call you and say, hello, Gbenga, what are you doing on Wednesday? Nothing. Okay, go to okay, let me give you another example. Go to Muson Center. They're going to give you 250,000. No more, no less. That day told me to go. I went there with the last 5K I had. I had 5K, so I went. Coming back was another 5K. When I got there, the guy said, oh, can we pay 200,000? I was almost tempted. So I called Ali and said, bros, Dondada. They said 200. I said, so what are you still doing there? I didn't have 200K in my account, but I left. I don't know if I'm saying anything to anybody. So, you must have people you can call. You must have people, then you must be available for people to call you. If the industry, okay, let me give you an example. I went to an event and one guy was a comedian. It was time to eat and he said, hey, ladies and gentlemen, they say time don't call where we go eat. Oh. Nobody know where you go shop, you will begin shit anyhow. Now different kind of shit there. Oh. You get some shit where you go shit, where you go hard. You get some shit where you go shit, where you go. I was embarrassed. And they had introduced me as his senior colleague. I just sat down like that, and I think the event planner went to him and said, please, can you stop talking? Who know the shit? That company never got a comedian again for their end of year party. So whatever anybody does, not you, affects all of us, affects our daily bread. Let me stop here. Whatever you do, whatever I do, whatever price you charge, whatever you wear to an event, whatever time you get to the event, whatever you say on the microphone, however you carry yourself determines the future of not just you, but of everybody who is in the industry or who wants to be in the industry. Finally, that is why more established colleagues will keep getting jobs if the young ones keep messing up. I don't know if you understand what I mean. God bless you and thank you for coming.
Wow. This is truly Storyland and Tales by Moonlight merged together. Okay, just by the way, forever Gana. Babalaria. Oh, please, come and sit. This is for senior colleagues. Just come forward. Thank you. Okay, I understand Joyce has to catch a flight. And Joyce? Oh, great. She has to catch a flight, and we've heard her speak. If you have any question for Joyce Daniels, please can we have you raise a hand? I'm sure many females will have questions, sir. Okay.
And respond to men too.
Auntie Joyce, you're a female in the industry. I'm an aspiring female MC. What should I do? What should I not do? What should I stay away from? And how do I dress?
Thank you very much, sir. Number one, clients don't care about your gender. They care about how professional you are. My gender has, I think, helped me more than it has been a challenge. But what has helped me more and continues to keep me in the industry based on what my clients say is my professionalism and commitment to excellence. So female or male, excellence first. Understand what exactly your client is trying to achieve and help them achieve it. Dress according to the dictates of the event or the dictates of your well-curated brand, which might have gone through some levels of scrutiny by a professional, or you have fine-tuned your brand yourself based on what you have learned. Learn how to negotiate. I have understood that many times female MCs are not less paid than male MCs because of gender. It is because we many times do not know how to negotiate. By culture, men, boys are told to hunt and bring the bread or the bacon to the family. Usually, women are said to prepare to take care of homes. So by culture and family upbringing, we are not first taught to think about earning. So many do not intentionally learn how to negotiate for fees, even when we are confident. So learn how to negotiate, understand yourself, your value. You might go through some processes to improve perception of self, improve the understanding of self, so that at the negotiation table, you don't put yourself down and you aim for win-win. Finally, invest in knowledge. Invest in understanding what business is about, because many of our clients, most of our clients are in business. So invest in understanding their businesses so that when we anchor their events or master their events, we'll do it with utmost understanding and excellence. Thank you very much.
We not deserve a round of applause. Thank you so much for that, Joyce Daniels. Any other question? Joyce, I want to host for oil company. What should I do?
Should I respond? Should I respond?
Why not? Please now.
Be seen, be noticed. The people who hand out the people who recruit for service providers, do they know you? Have they seen you? Where would they find you? How would they trust you? What do you have to offer to show credibility? So if they go to your social media pages or websites, what do they see? How do they perceive you? And we will not take away the place of your network. Gbenga has already alluded to it, that because of situations where he found himself or environments where he found himself, people noticed him. So where do people find you? Are you a Rotarian? Are you in the churches where the recruiters are? Did you finish from the schools where they did? Are you in the same alum associations or alumni associations? So be very curated about your networks so that you can be seen by the people you want to see you. Naomi said to Ruth when it was time to get a husband, go to his field, glean with his people, and at night go and lie down by his feet and cover his and let him know you are available. Position yourself. So please don't wait to be seen or to be discovered. If you need to spend money on marketing, if you need to spend money on positioning, then it's not an expense, it's an investment, because it will yield much more than you put in. Wherever it is you want to be seen, intentionally ask yourself, who are two people that I need to speak to help me get closer? What are two things I need to do to be discovered? And you'll be closer. It might take time, but well, that's success.
For you. Please, anybody that would like to ask a question, introduce yourself and shoot your shot.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, ma'am. My name is Greatness Latano, and my brand name is the Global MC. So I am not from Lagos State. I'm from Osun State, and I came all the way for this program. So I want to ask, I came from Osun State, and I don't really know. Of course, I'm a very good MC. I'm very great at what I do. Thank you. But I've not been able to get placement. There are not a number of events in Osun State. There are more events here in Lagos State. And also, I want to ask, how do I, transition from Osun to Lagos and get placement here? Like, people get to know me. And I also want to ask about mentorship, because I've heard from Gloria Olufeko, she has made mention that you need a mentor in the industry. So how do I get close to a mentor that I really like? Of course, I've tried, on Instagram, I post, I comment on their posts and all, but how do I get closer to them to have a better relationship? Thank you.
Joyce?
Thank you, Global MC. So nice to see you. As someone who lived in Uyo for 10 years, from 2009 to 2019, I have an idea what you mean when you say events are not as profitable in Osun State as here. When I say profitable in terms of number and amounts that they're willing to pay. What did I do? I positioned, I sent pitches, I wrote, I spent time on LinkedIn and Facebook. Well, we started with Facebook before there was the awareness of LinkedIn. And I would send in messages to people who I thought should see me. I had well-crafted messages by my standards, and I sent them in till I was noticed. I would always ask my client to 1 or 2 people. And I say, they don't have to have, and you're asking them to be in touch. And then I will do the rest, sending my profile, sending videos. If you just search my name right now, you see a lot of my videos on YouTube. I will put materials out there. I used to be very active on Facebook, so that there was a lot of information that I could send their way, but I would ask. I listened to a podcast not too long ago that really made me see that the majority of successful entertainers in the United States are located in Los Angeles or New York. If you're going to be successful, success has a venue, success has a location. 4 years ago, 3 years ago, I might have told you, oh, in Osun State, you can be great there. Your greatness really can be limited. So when you are ready in terms of where to stay and the state of your mind, please move to Lagos. Please move to Lagos, because the cake is bigger here, so it's easier to get a piece. And when you come in, don't expect it to happen overnight. It will take time, it will take laboring, it will take showing up. If you can find your way to a radio station or a television station, it will help to get eyes on you, just like Uncle Gbenga had in his case. And I will never play down on that. If you can get into acting and be on screen like the Lola one, and people can get their eyes on you, it will also improve your emceeing on stage by way of getting more people to request. These are complementary lines of business. In all, I would say let me craft that right. It's 9 months to have a baby. It's 9 months to have a baby. Even if you get tired at 5 months, the baby will take 9 months to come out. So give it time with consistent effort. Give it time. Mentorship. I do believe in mentorship. I believe more in critical decision making. I believe in mentorship, but I believe more in critical decision making. Uncle Gbenga didn't get on MITV by mentorship. He got on MITV by making a critical decision. He didn't get all his jobs by being mentored by Alibaba. He made a critical decision to be rightly positioned and listen to advice given. So I want us not to be so hung up on mentorship till it becomes a crutch. Learn what you need to learn. Find out what you need to do and where you need to be, and be there. If you have a mentor, added advantage. If you don't, you lose little to nothing. Sponsors are people who may open doors for you and say, hey, this is my person, open doors for them, right? That's a great to have. If you ever have such a person, fantastic. If you don't, you're still okay. I'm not, please understand, I'm not discounting the places of mentors or sponsors. I am saying don't make it become a crutch so that you don't say, if only I had a mentor, I could have. Make decisions based on the knowledge that you have found. How do you get closer to mentors? Sometimes you ask, you attend their programs like where you are right now, today. There's a mentor sitting not too far from you, somewhere in front or somewhere close by. And then sometimes there's peer-to-peer mentorship. So keep your eyes open. There is no magic wand that any mentor is going to give you, like, oh, take this mentorship wand and thou shalt become successful tomorrow. No, it's just being in the presence of, being available. I've heard of some situations where people have said, oh, this person is supposed to be my mentor, but they just keep sending me on errands. So I don't know about that. Just be clear on what you want and make the critical decision. Thank you so much.
So much. Joyce, there's just one more question for you. However, Uncle Gbenga Adeyinka wants to add a thing or two to the lady's question.
Let me add something quickly about mentorship. People misconstrue who a mentor is. Let me tell you who my mentors are. Martin Luther King Jr., Bashorem Keo Abiola. I was lucky to have met him. Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, I've met him. Alibaba. What's the name of the man in India? Mahatma Gandhi. I never met them. Nnamdi Azikiwe, Awolowo. I never met them. See, we believe that you must meet your mentor to be mentored by that mentor. No. Just study them and pick. See, all these mentors you're looking at are not God. Oh. Let no man play God for you. They have their good and they have their bad. Pick what you want from them. That's a level of mentorship. There's another level of mentorship called service mentorship, which is what works, which is what a lot of us know. You go and live with this guy, or you work with him, you learn from him, you serve him. The Igbo model of apprenticeship. You can follow that. But you see, that in a way will also limit you. Let me tell you why it will limit you. You go to an event with me as my PA. You are studying me, yes. But I'm expecting you to play the role of a PA in my head. But you are not my PA, you are my colleague. Do you understand? You can learn from me. You don't necessarily have to go everywhere with me. Sir, when is your next event? I want to follow you. It gets boring. And I might not be the only person you need to study. Maybe it's just one thing you like from me. Why do you want to tie yourself to me? I like Sako. I've picked one or two things from him. I like Oreva. I've picked one or two things from him. I like me. That's how I am. I come here now. I look at you. Maybe it's the first day I met Sako. What did I ask you for, if you remember? Where do you get this bow tie? Lovely bow tie. And I started wearing bow tie that year, all through that year. It was bow ties I did for my corporate events. You learn something from everybody. Don't tie yourself to somebody and go and be somebody's houseboy. It works for people. Let me not discountenance that. But for some, it's unnecessary, in my opinion.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, it's just one question we have for Joyce, but every other person here can answer your question, I'm sure. All right, finally, please introduce yourself and ask your question.
All right, so a very quick one. Brainwiz is my name. I'm an entertainment businessman, so I do MC and stand-up comedy. So my question is actually 3 in 1, and it's not just only for Joyce. I would like every other senior colleague to touch this. They say a man who seeks wisdom today is building a foundation for great success tomorrow. So my question is this. This year, personally, financial growth is my core vision. Because aside from all this English you are speaking, if you are very long in an industry, you don't make money, you don't get any financial result in your life, it will get to a time people don't go the So please, how do you grow financially? Like, how do you build a solid financial foundation as an event MC or a stand-up comedian? How will you build us with this career? How can we grow? That's the first one. Secondly, there's an MC I know in the oil and gas industry. I've forgotten his name. His name was
Richmond Osuji.
God bless you. I tell no say now I want to talk about this. Honestly, I've went through his page. You will be candid with me that you nothing there, and this guy did get job. Do you understand? It's an OG in the industry. Yes, this question has been. I say one day I'll ask this. So, Ma and Sas, what is the secret behind this man? How he take they get this thing? No, please. I never finished my question. Yes. Because they say, oh, build your social media platform, take picture, take video. We don't do all these things. Do you understand? But this man is not doing this thing, and he's getting this thing. I don't jam him like 4 or 5 times for you get. So this is the question. I don't ask 2 questions. So the final one: how do you retain your client? How do you keep retaining? Like, clients don't book you. You want the client to come like year to year. How do you? So that's my question. I hope the question is clear enough.
Joyce?
Easy. I hope I got the name right.
Joyce,
can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you
Maybe.
now, please.
I can hear you. Okay, thank you very much for your 3-in-1. I'll attempt 1.5 and leave the rest to my colleagues who are more than able. Number one, how do we make money? Remember, I said when responding to the Global MC, there is a place for networking and association. Who do you know and who knows you? It's so critical. I can never overemphasize how important it is to be in circles of people who you want not only to pay you, but pay you well. And this takes time and work. Joining their groups, go to Lagos Business School, attend a program there, even if it's a short course, has improved your network of people. It's going to take some time to sit down and map it. That's where the work of almost any business is. When we work on like what's that document called that has key client, what's that document called? Business model canvas. You sit down with your business model canvas because it's a business we run. If you were selling Coke, how would you find the people to sell Coke to? If you were selling Indomie, you have to do that work. Sit down, find out where they are, and ask yourself how you get to them to be seen. Are you willing to borrow money to put up a billboard that stays in front of somewhere like Alibaba did many years ago? It's investment. It might take food from your mouth for a few days or weeks, but that's business investment that you're deciding to take because you have done the mapping of business. There is no other way. There is no shortcuts. There are no corners. It is hard work, thinking, planning, strategizing. Some will not work, some will. You will grow your network. It might take you 5 years, but it will be worth it. Whilst you are on the journey to building your network and be seen by the kinds of people you want, you need to make sure that when they see you, when they meet you, you are the kind of person they are also looking for. Don't be like that comedian who was talking about the word that Uncle Gbenga used. There are different types of shh, shh, shh. You need to be sure that the quality of materials you're producing are exactly what they are looking for. So when they find you, they say, oh my God, who is this person? Where has he been? Not that when you speak, they're like, what the hell was that? So be clear and be sure that you are that person. And that takes also work. Richmond Osuji, I can speak a little bit about him because he's my friend. We speak, and of course, I'm sure Sako can also shed some more light. You need to hear his story about how he was in the insurance space and the first time he emceed for the person who became the first executive secretary for the Nigeria Content Development and Monitoring Board, and how that man was so impressed with his job. That's the first time that he held his hand, held his hand and took him to certain people and said, this is your guy. This has to be the person who MCs for you. That man was not his mentor. That was a satisfied client who had to take him to the next place. He was so blown away. But remember that Richmond had been through the debaters on television where he was scrutinized. He did the hard work of improving his spoken English. Richmond will tell you that before even mentioning his name was a problem, he would say Richmond. Somebody said, your name is Richmond, not Richmond. And just changing from Richmond to Richmond, there are certain clients who go, he understands, because that's the kind of finesse we're looking for. Richmond did the hard work and has continued to improve himself, keeping in touch with clients, showing up, making sure that he knows what is required of him in every event where he works. If you watch Richmond prepare for events, I'll leave it right here. There's work to do, but it's also work that can be done by each and every one of us. If we
let me just say, God will bless you.
Amen.
Please, thank you very much.
For Joyce.
Thank you so much. Love you all. Uncle Yinka, thank you. Sako, Lolo. Who's the other person on stage?
Acapella.
Acapella is here.
Acapella, much love and much respect. Forever and all my other guys. Thank you. Bye for now. Cheers and success and plenty money.
Sir. Thank you, sir. Just before you answer, Acapella has joined us and would like to hear from him. One, on this, there's a microphone beside. On the question, but more importantly, share your story, because as we said, your story is where we can draw lessons easily. Please, a round of applause for Acapella. Thank you.
So, which one do I answer? Is it about Richmond? Or Richmond?
Sorry, the question, start from this guy.
Okay, so how do you make money, right?
Wheezy, see, I mean what? Bray Wheezy, start from Bray
Yeah, he
Wheezy.
said, how can he make money? That's what you asked, right? Eh? You go employ bricklayer. Now then they build house. Unless they do two jobs. You get hospital, get mortuary. Anyway, first is first, I think one of the things you must come with, first, you can't come into a saturated market with an already existing product. So the market is saturated. What you look like plenty. What you're doing, because once you did, you know, sometimes when the new guys come on stage and then they tell jokes and they kill the show, they think that the audience does not know where the joke is coming from. Sometimes when you do it, you are reminding them of the first guy that did the joke. Because it's funny anyways, they go laugh. So you call corner and say, Baba, I kill them. But after you kill them, for weekend event, they kill you. So the first thing to think of is content, value. Just like what Joy said. When those networks you're building, oh, I've met Jimovia, I've met so person, and then there's an event coming up. Are you exactly what they're looking for? So everything I'm saying is my personal experience. Over the years, when I started going to shows, or when we go to shows, I realized that there are 3 people that the audience take home. 3 people. The guy that stole the show, the guy who is next to him, because they can argue it is a Messi Ronaldo situation, and then the unique guy. The guy who did something totally different. So when they say, oh, Nasako steal the show, somebody will say, no, for me, now I go die. Then you see the top person chipping, so boy, you see that guy sing. You must find yourself in this place. If as a new guy you come to a show, they already established names. First of all, people struggle to know your name when you're a new guy. So they go to a show, I go die funny, Akororo funny, the stock are funny, you can't do average. Already you just call yourself. But if you go to the show, you funny. So it starts with, which will come the show, they say, man, the stock are killer. Acapella killer. And that new guy, you. So it starts from that new guy. Then the person sees you again, he tap your friend. Now that new guy, what they tell you, now they are interested in knowing who you are. So when you are coming, you must come with your own. So for me, what worked for me, I'll give you a typical example. 2006-07, when we did the AY Open Mic Comedy Challenge, the biggest platform you had at the time was Night of 1,000 Laugh and AY Live. Then Redeem Unplug, I think. And so we were many that won the AY Live Open Mic. We many. AY couldn't possibly feature all of us in a show because all of us never really blew. So what he does is pick like 3, 4, we ain't sure. Say go kill the show, then merge them with the popular guys. And so every year I was featuring the show, obviously. But one day I tell myself, sir, which one we say that they call person, they give them 5 minutes? How many points I won't prove within 5 minutes? If I continue with these 5 minutes, I can't be like who referee the show 4 minutes to go. But I also didn't want to do what was there. AY Live did there. Julius Agus Crack Harib was there. Night of 1,000 Laugh. So I knew that there was a demographic that was being starved. So I started Comedy Goes to Church. And then what do? I will bring all those same celebrities that you see on the AY Live platform to this same platform. The demographic is just different. And so when you come to the show, that time, it'll be like Crusade now, because that demographic is starved. And so AY, they come here, and of course, you know the comedians are professionals, so they know that your jokes, yes, will be determined by your environment.
And they are trying to go into that.
Into that same audience. Now you don't know. So at that point, I became an authority. There is no comedian who know they greet me. Because I was like the step to fame. If I do comedy, goes to church, AY go see me. And so I created my own platform. In the course of doing comedy, goes to church, I met several people. And one of the people I met that changed my life was Apostle Johnson Suleiman. I've known him for many years. And so those days, because I was doing comedy, goes to church, I was friends with many big pastors. I would usually go and perform for Apostle Johnson Suleiman. So he called me one day and said, I've watched you over and over and over. You are a very funny young man. But you just tell jokes about everything. You just they random. You need to have an identity. Something that once they mention your name, the entire audience goes, if not that guy. So I was confused. He knew I was confused. And then he said to me, be the voice of the people to the government. Don't fight the government. Express the people's concern to the government through humor. And he said, as at that time, I've traveled to 38 countries. I've never seen a country where the government and the people, they agree. Even in America. Of course, all of them know those days, once I carry microphone, what do? I talk about Nigeria. It became a brand. So no matter how the show don't go, once I come out, the audience knows that the things we don't know about Nigeria, we are going to find out. And it became my style. I became one of the most sought-after Nigerian comedians in diaspora. Because the people in diaspora don't really like the air. Now Nigeria make them do that. So when I do those things, you be posted them. And so by yourself, if you look around, you will know. I don't think that in the past 3-4 years, there's any Nigerian comedian where they do shows abroad reach me. Because the diaspora people believe say, now this guy, once I come, they'll just call me, Baba, I get 2 things so I go tell you, me tell them. So when you create value, that's when your network go get network. So you can charge your fee. But if you don't get value, it's not buy suit. I remember those days, they'll say, man, package yourself. Some comedians go save all their money, buy Jeep. So that they look like it. You can look fit and not be fit. So they want to look like it. So I asked one young, I know one calling name, one young comedian those days. He package, buy Jeep, buy the. I call say, so what's your name? Do you know that's me and you did now? If me and you go event meeting, even if I come with Okada, they no fit pay you pass me. Oh, it is if they come and they all say, open a Range Rover this guy carry, give him 5 million. Acapella come with Okada, Mona you give him 200. No. You have to, as you did now, if you carry 2026 Bugatti, you and Alibaba go anywhere, they go pay you pass up. Are they interested in your Bugatti? Now Bugatti, the whole mic. And so the easiest way to build a brand name is value. As a new guy that's just coming in, you must come with value. There's a new guy buzzing now. Everybody know MC Monica. If they do an award now and they want to give Rookie of the Year, no say they don't give an award, I go shout to Joe. But some of them are there before him now. Waiting in do special. He came with what looks like he's been missing. I'll tell you just like what Uncle Gbenga said. For a period of time, I know they really fear. Those is what would they come. They are go die when they see us for show. They panic. Because they know say if they snooze. I know they fear. Because between me and you, I don't look at, I never see any upcoming commander where they come, where they make me fear. I can travel to America for 7 months. If I come, I'll still busy past you. But like as I come out, you bring value. We look exactly like, or a bit more. You know, say if I come, I go fight for shirt again. It's just like football. You go injury, the player will replace you. Once you play well, you don't stable for the team, you go struggle. Oh. But if they put you there, the guy go injury 1 year, immediately he come back. Gadola go say, well, you come on, make the brand enter. You know, so, you know, so that's the only way that, my own personal experience, I think, that's the only way that you can actually build a house with this thing.
Thank you very much, Acapella. By the way, for those that don't know, pencil is in the room. There's a seat here for you, sir. Please come forward. See, don't be me talking. It is because Acapella just said now that he started by having. It is his own show. We know say he do pencil unbroken. Sit down. All right. I'll allow our Lolo number one to share a story.
Thank you. Okay. For me, it's okay to be different. A lot of you don't know that creativity, it comes in many forms. And you don't have to be a superpower. You can be a power and be comfortable. A lot of people don't know that niche is good if you are not the best of the best. Because whether we like it or not, everybody cannot be A+. You have to be comfortable in what you do. Because every time you compare, you are just always going to be under pressure. His talent is God-given. His skill, he built. His talent is God-given. Then he built skill on it. Whether we like it or not, I'm talking for the underdogs today. You don't have to be an A+ to be a power. Everybody needs power. It's not every event that needs high voltage. Sometimes they just need somebody that is articulate, settled, that can deliver. Be that person. Because every time you want to be like Bros, they know the original. So the fake is obvious.
The person that asked the question has gone out too.
I was going to where he was. I see a lot of comedians. You are so audacious and you are so empty. It's annoying. You say you want to be in the big leagues and you cannot speak well. Are you kidding me? There are some audiences that would permit pidgin. There are some audiences that would not. Whether we like it or not. So, and I tell people that it's okay to be just a comedian and not an MC. It's two different genres. And I see a lot of people pressuring themselves, trying to be funny. Do you know there's something called British jokes? They are dry. But do you know they walk in some circles? Why did the chicken cross the road? To get to the other side. And you see some people...
That was mighty funny.
Oh my God. So that is why I keep telling people.
Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, we have to break transmission. For
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me to welcome a man that wrote the rules, broke them, rewrote them, and broke them again. We call him the Godfather, the Pathfinder. He's an epitome of dynamism, intellectualism, social and cultural essentialism. Ladies and gentlemen, he's a builder, a thinker, and a relentless perfectionist. Permit me to welcome my mentor, the king himself, Alibaba. Long live the king.
Yes, long live the king. Okay. Sorry we
it's
did that.
Of course, we would break transmission to welcome a king in our midst.
Sir, we are waiting for your permission to sit down.
Please sit down, please sit down, please
Thank
sit down.
you.
He brought assignment as usual. Thank you. Oh, okay. All right. Now that the king is here, I'm just going to do this very quickly. I just want to say that, please, there are many talents that you can explore. Sometimes you might not be the A game at something. And I'm a lawyer by training. When I started out my broadcast journey, I asked myself, do I just want to be a lawyer or I want to be the best at something? And I answered the question for myself that I would rather be the best at something. And that was why I just left my wig and gown and I sought broadcasting. So some of you, you can actually be a great OAP and be an average MC. So why are you not investing in what you are better at? I see a lot of people struggling in niches that are not theirs. A fish can be good, can be fine, can be big and large, but on land it cannot survive. And I see a lot of people struggle in those places. So if you know that you're a great actor and an average MC, why are you not investing more in your acting than being an MC? Do you know that there are people in Nigeria now, we that are doing films, we're looking for script writers that know how to write comedy. And some of you are great writers. You can write comedy. Do you know some people can write comedy and they can't cast a joke? So if everybody is trying to fish in the MC market, you know you are not going to catch big fish. And that will keep making you frustrated. I see a lot of youth that are very depressed. You can see somebody hold a mic and you admire it. That might be all you need to do with that. But you need to invest in what you are good at. Do you know some people are stylists in Nigeria right now? They know how to put an outfit together. And they are making money from it. So why do you want to just be an MC when you are a better stylist? So as long as you keep doing that, when I started, I've been MC from university. I didn't even understand that it was something. I just know that anytime a mic lands, it lands in my hand. And I will take it up and I will do it. When I joined Wazobia, I was English speaking because I started from Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria. I'm a lawyer in my background. So imagine coming to Wazobia where I did pidgin alone. Do you know why? I love challenges. If something doesn't challenge me, it bores me. I had done a bit of it. I just told myself that, okay, this is something I've never thought of doing. Let me see what I can do out of this. And I left all this English I can speak. And I became, when I started Wazobia, I would be on the mic and y'all would shut the mic and say, Lord, I can hear your heart on the mic. Because my heart would be beating. He said, Lolo, calm down. I'll go to the center of the studio. I will speak in tongues for like 2 minutes to calm myself down.
You are working with Angel.
I'm telling you to tell you that there's something called growth. Growth. In those times, I was shuttling between Cool FM and Wazobia. I would take Cool FM news in English at 6:45. I would take Wazobia news at 7:30 in pidgin. My brain was going through a mad divide. And I keep saying that a lot of people do not want to invest in themselves and in learning and allowing yourself to grow. I see some people that would, I'll say, how long have you been MC? They say 6 months. And do you know who they bench themselves? They benchmark a Joyce.
And I've gone to her page.
She's not, what's she doing that I can't do? And I would look at you that then you do not know the law of growth. If you put seed on the ground, it will come out as a tiny sprout. these men that you see, it took years for Acapella to hone his skills to this point. So why do you think you're going to get in 2 days? And that doesn't mean that you are failing. You guys are so quick to judge your beginning. When I did that, one day I was so shaken, I called Roger Federer. I called him Roger Federera. At that time, there was no social media. Somebody wrote in the Punch that where do they get their uncultured presenters from? That she would call Roger Federer. My guys, it be like say me I die. Because that's national newspaper. It went across. But some of you, when they criticize you, you go back into your shell and you disappear. You leave the room. Mental health. And I'm like, are you sure you want to grow? I'm telling you this story now, you're doing her. But it did happen. And I took it. I said, okay. I learned the name. I never made that mistake again.
Lolo, are you Yoruba?
I'm Yoruba, sir.
You thought they made a mistake with the writing. You thought it was Roger Federera.
I'm telling you. And it was funny, but it was very traumatizing at that time. But I took it in good faith, and I stuck with it. Do you know the first award I ever got was Orange Ribbon? They said I was the best female newscaster they've ever heard in Pidgin in the entire nation. And that was somebody that started with her heart beating at the microphone. And I have had universities abroad come to study me. You don't understand. They came to the Nigeria, said there's a Lolo in Wazobia, and they said she's so good. And they came to study me. MCs, hype men, whatever you do, give yourself that room to grow and calm the fuck down. Because sometimes I would see a man hold the microphone. You are totally green. You have no experience. When I MC with Bros, I would defer to him. I would watch him. I would follow. I would take the mic when he says take. But I've seen people hold the mic with seniors. And you think it's a power tussle. And I'm
that
like,
thing will stop now. You collect more money than me. You now say you are deferring. No more deferring.
And I'm like, no, you have to learn what protocol is. And all these things does not happen in one day. All of us that you have seen, I MC events. Every event has a science. When you get into an events place, you have to study the room and who knows and who is there. That is what will determine the kind of things that can come out of your mouth. If you know that is a high net worth crowd and you do not have the joke, please speak good and correct English. Follow their program. Don't attempt to be funny, because that is what is going to make you lose. I'd rather they said, oh, she followed the program excellently. It was all right. Than they said, oh my God, please do not call that person again. Because sometimes you display your ignorance on high spaces. When you do smaller events, do you know it's nice to cut your teeth in those places? I'll never forget. Y'all would call me. I would go to work, and he would just call me and say, Lolo, go to this place. They are emceeing an event. Go and do it for me. I'm not available. And I had no preparation. And I said, are you sure? He would say, yes. When you take the mic, just face the people and do what you have to do. Oh my God. It was like when you learn, it's like when you withdraw from cocaine. It's like cold turkey. That was how some of us learned. Shebi, it's even in this time that people talk mentorship. In the early years, I was so timid for people that half of the people that I respect, that I sit on the same table with, I used to just look at them and go and watch what they did in the past to get a feel of what they're doing. Many of you have access. You have access to an Alibaba, and the first time you're asking him is, please, can you dash me money? Wristwatch or something.
Bros, I beg, if any show the way they no pay you well, you feel send me go.
How? Those are waste of opportunities. I see some of you here. That young man, You've been sitting here, they've been dropping nuggets. Some of you have written down nothing. Do you know how I learn? I learned to read wild and wide. Because when you're on radio, people ask you about why their dog is not pooping. But that is how it is. This is a generation that knowledge is so key. You are going to MC an event, and it's a tech event, and you do not know the tech players. So what will you say? Ladies and gentlemen. Aha. Aha. So sometimes you need to prepare very, very well. It's not just because the microphone. Some of us have great voices. One of the things that work for me, people like to listen to me because they said I sound nice. They just love the way I talk. Exactly. So sometimes, so many things can work for you. I've done radio, I've done TV. So sometimes people just love the nuance of your voice. So that doesn't mean you have to be funny. Sometimes just do your program and leave it at that. If you see a senior colleague that is more funny, allow them to be humorous. You take the corporate side of it and stay on it. And that's okay. And I tell women that sometimes how you put yourself together is so key. So, you know, women, our own is somehow. Some of the corporate comms ladies are women. When you go there in a skin-tight dress, they will not give you the job. When you come there and you want to bust out of your dress, you might do that event, but they won't give you a second one. Because women are the worst. They criticize you the most. So please, when you're going for your events, try not to be too vulgar in your appearance. I found out that sometimes some people will never call you again. If you dress, just wear skirt suit that has a high camisole. Don't second guess yourself if you don't know how to dress beyond that. Wear a trouser suit. But you see, these our dresses. Sometimes he has a way of sending the wrong message. And clients watch you sometimes. You go for the MC job and you're talking to all the men. If women are in the corporate comms of that department, trust me, they will not give you a second job. So please, when you go for your event, sit down in your seat and be professional. So that, people just perceive you. They might not know that, okay, you were talking to him for this reason. Women just judge you different. So for us, it might be tougher, but we can do it. Women are doing it every day. And don't be afraid to learn and say you do not know. What I have seen the young cats doing is that they dress to brand. In the early years, we will just wear corporate dresses, maybe black, white, blue. But now, I'm seeing female MCs that are killing it. The Mojibade shows. I'm learning from her. She dresses to brand. It's a unique selling point. That means if you are somebody that employs and you see how she appears for your event, you want to call her again. And I'm an old cat, but I learned that by observing. So there's nothing wrong in learning. So please, I know a lot, but the king is here. I don't want to take all the time. For the little things I've said, I'm sure you've picked one or two things. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mama, please don't let me warn you don't let me say that for the little things. You said a lot. I think I'll just say this. I learned a lot from, I call him my grand mentor, Alibaba. Can we please put hands together for him? So I'm not going to go and share with you. In this job, it's good. There's good money in this industry, but you have to have sense. Because a lot of times, the money comes into your account, and you don't even know money comes into your account until you print out your account statement in 6 months. And you see how much has entered your account, and then you'll be shocked, how did this money enter? And I think that's one of the things I shared with my proteges a few days ago. I said, just print out your account statement in 6 months and see how much has entered your account. You know where your money is going to. You see where the cement is going to. All right? By the grace of God, I have a couple of good stuff, by the grace of God. But I learned it from him. I learned it from him, buying properties and keeping it, and then opportunity. This all are done in the past years. But I realized that you have to be a creative saver because you don't want to be the rave of the moment and after some time they're asking, who will be that guy? In this job, we've seen people that came rave of the moment and they're no longer rave. Yeah, they are now the raving. Yeah. I don't want to be a rave of moment. I want to be consistent in delivering. So start saving. If you don't start now, when the money, big money comes, you will not. And have a vision. Write a check to yourself. Has anybody ever written check to yourself and you place it on the wall? You can start with that. Write a check to yourself. Put it on the wall. And say, I will collect this money. Some of you have not gotten 10 million in your account before. Yes or no? But it will happen. It will happen. It will happen. A few years ago, I did one of the greatest mistakes in my life. And I'm going to say it openly. I've said it so many times. I remember reaching out to my grand mentor. I wanted to buy a property, half plot in Shomolu. I thought that was where my life was around. I wanted to buy half plot of land in 2015. And I could not raise 11 million. I was able to raise 6 million. And I went to meet a man that I wanted to buy a property that I needed him to borrow me 5 million. And the man I'm talking about is sitting by my side, Sir Alibaba. That was the greatest mistake in my life, to ever reach out to your mentor that you want to borrow money. And the way he told me, I said, sir, I'm going to drop all the documents. I said, don't worry, I'll work on something. Up till now, well, we're still working on something. But guess what? Guess what? What he did to me that day made me realize they gave me back my money. But if I tell you that I bought properties worth over 50 million by the grace of God years after, because all I needed to do was just sit down and see how much I entered on my account. Guess what? When I printed on my account statement from October to February when I came to meet you to borrow me money, 35 million had entered my account. No, sir. 35.
And this was 2015.
This was 2015. From 2014.
Are we doing the same comedy you're doing?
The same, Baba, forget. From 2014, yes, sir. Sir, you don't, sir, don't do that. Sir, don't do
But
that.
Sako is doing Comedy Plus.
Sir, don't do that. Sir, no, I'm saying it to myself, sir, please, sir, I don't do that. From 2014 October, I was going to take my mom to the UK and I printed on my account statement for a visa, and over 30-something million had entered my account. It dawned on me that there was something wrong with me. And since then, I have a separate account that I pay that money. I don't use transfer. I don't do transfer. It has to be urgent for me to enter the account, enter the bank. So for me, the only thing that can save you right now in 2025 is begin to create. See, it's not car. Car is important, but there are some cars that you don't have to buy now because Kashama Dupe. No. Sir. And finally, what mentors do or what they do for you is that when you think you've achieved and you share your testimony and they share their own testimony, you don't realize that your testimony is... You know what I'm talking about, right?
Forever, why are you looking at Alibaba?
I know what I'm talking about. No. You want to tell them? Because for me, I remember buying the property and I said, sir, I went to meet him. I said, sir, I bought this land and I got 35 million. I said, God, sir, I'm not going to say, no, I'm not going to. And he said, 35 million? He said, that's a lot. He said, come, let me show you a property I bought. I bought this. He said, I bought this probably. Sir, I bought the property 500 and now it's about 1.5 billion in my life. That was the last time I shared a testimony about property. But what it did to me was that it made me realize that I have not made billions, but the goal this year is to make billions. Because you have to set goals for yourself. Have I made up to 500 million? Kind of. But you can set goals for yourself in this industry. I got a property some few months ago, and one of my guys came to me and said, sir, is it only MC you are doing? I said, yes, sir. He said, do you have any other? I said, this is the only thing I'm doing. You don't have
but
to
you said dog, you didn't lie.
How much did they see for dog?
Tell him, even if not 2.5, tell us they said dog.
Okay, I'll stop now. Yeah.
All right.
You sold dogs. Yes. We made money, but how much you want? I'm from Ondo State.
Okay. Thank you.
No, sorry. He can't be making money from the dog business. He's from Ondo State. He eats more than he sells.
That's my time.
Okay, just before we have the... Thank you. Has this been watching a while? If it has been watching a while, please a round of applause for all of these people. And a bigger round of applause for Ajele for putting this together. Great, great. Okay, just before we go on, I'd like to quickly announce, as we always do at Nigerian events, if you're the owner of this Pontiac. No. So we're going to go on a short break after we have the king speak to us. Yes, small chops. Ajele, try. This place is costing. Small chop is costing. So please. And then it's a Pontiac. I don't know the color. I don't know the Pontiac. It's not his car. LSR 426 GF. That's the thing. They say Pontiac car. Then there's a Toyota Camry FST 388HB. And finally, a Toyota Highlander KJA 339JQ. Please, your attentions are needed.
Na branding, bro.
Stop this thing. Now, we'd like to hear the real story.
Can we get pen, please? At least we were there. Ajele.
Okay.
If you want to be
Please give it up for the king, Alibaba.
Hello. Okay. Please be seated. Please be seated quickly. And so, in the middle, I'll sit. Okay. In the middle of that distance, right? MC 360. MC 360. If you're sitting next to somebody can. Yes, please. MC 360. The thing is that all that I have here. Okay. Okay, yeah, so that's it on. So, look at, if it's, you don't need me on the screen, just make it all wide. Hey, my friend, bring your biro. Yeah. All right, so guys, MC360. If you think that being in this business is a joke, this is a 3-volume book. So I'm going to try and break it down for you as quick as possible so that we can go and eat. Sorry, I was doing my medicals in the hospital and I finished and I quickly came to say. All right, so guys, you can just take a picture of that now and then begin to, if you don't have this. So, MC360. First thing that I would say, there's some things that are missing under there. If you can adjust it and move it up before we get there. As the MC, you are not only the person that holds the mic, you are the one that controls everything that happens in the hall. That's why you're called the master of the ceremony. You're the master of the ceremony because all vendors, DJs, speakers, chairmen, everyone comes under you. And because of that lot that has been put on you, there's a lot that you have to do. And in performing your duties, there's quite a lot that you need to know. So let's go with the first one, logistics. If you are the MC of an event, you have to get to the place. If it is far, you have to get accommodation. The other one is your colleagues. There are many of you who do not have good relationships with your colleagues. And if you don't have good relations with your colleagues, the day somebody calls him and he's booked, he won't call you. He knows you are the one that can do that job. When they call him and say, is it possible for us to get somebody to do this event? Even in Kano or in Ibadan. He knows he has a friend in Ibadan. He won't give your number. Mentors. get mentors, most of the things that have been discussed here. Then competition. The fellow MC is not your competition. Your competition is that person that is in the office that can speak English. It's the corporate affairs person that feels that you're charging too much. It is somebody that is in his family that feels, why will you pay him that kind of money? Let me just do it. And so what do you do to make that competition, erase that competition, is to be outstanding in any way. So that if they even think of that guy, they'll say, but that guy won't help us draw a program. Because as an MC, the program they use for the event, you must have an input in it. Dress sense. Lola has mentioned something about dress sense. Social media. Now, before social media, you had friends and family who would help you spread your word and say, oh, that guy knows how to do this. But now you have social media. It is not just to post all your good pictures, but it's to sell your market. Photographs and videos. Sometimes you go to events and you meet very high networked individuals. When there's cocktails, how many pictures do you have of you relating with others? Where's Ajele? Ajele does this very well, and I like it. Let me tell you somebody else that does it very well. Tony Elumelu. Tony Elumelu will not go to a world conference and not take pictures with as many presidents as possible, even if he doesn't know them. He's networking. He went there to sell UBA, but he will sell himself first. So you go to an event, they say, come and take pictures. Say, you have photo, Jerry. You're losing momentum. Call cards. Everyone that is here that has a call card, take your call card, raise it up. Complimentary card. It's in the car. If the person that wants your card says, can I have your card? You know the thing that Kingsley Mogalu told me one time. He said he met one comedian, very good comedian in Port Harcourt. He said, can I have? The guy said, let me give you my number. So he told him, he said, no, I'll call you. Give me your number. And so he took the guy's number, and he never called him. So because he felt, if you're doing this kind of business, one thing you must have is a call card. On it, if you're a comedian, you write MC comedian. If you do other things, write it there. So this is my card a long time ago, but this is just Alibaba and the things that I do in front, and these are the other things at the back. My office, my email, so, and it's, I give that to, yes. That one is I have a metal card. If you, Alibaba phone number, that's all. That's, because this one is, you go explain tire. That one is, for, the person doesn't need all these things that you do. Just, the person knows you already. So, okay. The podium. Is it possible for me, where's the guy that was MC? Is it possible to take the, just help me put that. Yeah, bring the other one. I think it will be high enough. One more. Take the other one on that side. It's higher than your normal podium, but it will do for. Now, come from here like this. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Tien Tien. Come. Welcome, sir. What a lot of you do is, well, go come from that side. Ladies and gentlemen, the next person that is speaking is Mr. Tien Tien. Please welcome. You don't abdicate your throne. until you hand the mic to somebody so the person knows you are the one that gave him the mic. Even if somebody else gives him, make sure you wait. He comes to welcome, sir. And then if you have any message about timing that you need to give him, write it on the podium. Right, sir, please, you have just 20 minutes. We would like you to please stick to it. I have so many speakers. Put it on that podium. And then hand the mic to him and walk up. The first thing he will see when he's talking is, that's why you hear sometimes if I walk, you hear somebody say, I've been told that I have just 20 minutes. But you didn't have time to tell him. It's on the podium. If you have a protocol list, leave it on that podium. It helps them as well. Thank you. Now, this podium is, I need to mention it to all of us now. Let's try and see if we can do this for ourselves. It might be expensive, but try and see if you can get a podium, just like the DJs are doing now. All their podiums have their name and those sorts. Try and see if you can get a podium, put your name. When you go in for an event, and they pay well, if you just take it along. You have PAs and all those ones that go with you. Not only take pictures, they go there, set up your podium. The people say, we have this podium. They say, you set up your podium on one side like your MC, DJs would do. Set it up. Trust me, if your podium is really good looking and it has your name on it, that's where most of them will want to speak from. Now, the podium should always be to the side unless it is important to put it in the middle. To the side, when you get to the event, always, that's why you are the MC. When you get to the event, make sure you look at the podium. Go down and look at the podium again and see, is it blocking anything? Is that place a good position? Is the background good? Sometimes they put their logo somewhere. And they put the podium off it, so the pictures will not work well. You go there and tell them, because of the podium there, when the speakers are speaking, they take pictures, it has to define and what's the establishment shot of what the event is all about. These are the things that you need to do as an MC. The podium is also your home. Every time you do any other thing, you come back home. You go anywhere, you come back home. So every time you are speaking, people are looking forward to, unless necessary, don't go down and start talking. Because when you go down, you've lost some other people in the audience if they can't see you. So what happens is somebody is looking at this and you say something. They look on the stage, they can't see you. They continue what they're doing. You've helped the distraction. But every time you're on the stage, you say something. So the MC said, because most times it's 10 people to a table. Not everybody is facing the MC. Now, fitness. As an MC, when you stand, if it's going to be a long event, you do the standing alternation. Standing alternation is the way the horse stands. You stand on one leg and rest the other. Everybody stand up. Now, stand on one leg, yeah? And put the other leg, look at me. Stand on one leg, put the other leg like this. You can stand on this one for like 1 hour. When you feel like this needs a bit of rest, and you're still emceeing, I'll do 7 hours. After a while, you change. Please sit down. It's okay, sit down. And this is something that a lot of ADCs know. Obasanjo's ADC taught me that. I asked him one time, I said, you stand all the way. He said, when he's standing like that, like an attention, that one leg is free. After a while. But you will not notice that one leg is taking the weight because he will shift it to the one and shift it to the other. And those men that do guards at the Royal, at Buckingham Palace, do it a lot. It's a horse technique. The horse does not stand on all 3 legs. at once. So you stand, when one is getting tired, you switch to the other one, all 4 legs at once. You switch to the other one and switch to the other one, and he can stand for longer. And then on the microphone, always make sure that you do not have a microphone that makes you bend like this. Stand straight and say what you need to say. So one of the things, it's about getting to venue early. There's a venue there, you see. Getting to venue early, checking your microphones. And if you already know the venue, like Civic Center, we all know their podium, we all know how the mic is. And so when you go to those events, you know what the microphone in that place is like. We know Transcorp microphone, we know Hilton, Eco Hotel microphone. All right. The other one is fitness and health. That's the one I'm talking about, your legs and everything. And breathing exercise. I don't know the condition of your breathing, but let's try something. Right? Take one breath in and hold it for a while. So let's go. Breathe out. Breathing exercise is because your lungs are very important. One other thing, you are an MC. Cold water, ice block, and other ones are not good for you when you are working. Your mouth and your throat are the only things that you have to work with. Keep it. So hot water and lemon. That's why most times when you go to green rooms, hot water and lemon. Jay-Z and the rest of them, they put it in their riders. Hot water and lemon. All right. All right, so it's nearly like it's a pattern for me now that if I go to an event, I always like that if I'm on the podium. This leg. It's fitness. You need to be healthy. Walking is also very important so that your knees can help you for the health. Alcohol, the other thing that they sell that is not in a packet. Your co-MC. Your co-MC is not your competition. Your co-MC cannot take your shine. Your co-MC will contribute to what you are doing. I can be your co-MC at an event. The fact that 2 of us are doing it is that we are co-MCs. It's just courtesy that you would then give to me as it's like when an SAN comes to court. You say they'll take his cases first before they then take the case of charge and bail. All right? Performing arts. Always get to meet or know the performing arts one-on-one. It's networking. Don't wait until the stage manager brings paper to you and say, oh, this person is performing next, this person is performing next. It's an opportunity for you to even get to know who these people are. One of the things that I've learned is every time I ask Two-Face, I say, you want anything different to? I say, you want anything different to? Okay, say, okay. Now, if they wanted me to speak for a few minutes, if this paper was on the table, a podium, I would have just said, so here's the Daddy, is it possible to go on a break for 10 minutes? They have been here since 11 a.m. I got to go punish them. We're not. No, I was just joking. I was just joking. Now, we'll go on a break. Then when we'll come back, we'll start from this. The what? Okay. So the thing is that the reason we need to take the break is that it's because of your mental health. Wait. Let me tell you why. The AC is killing, Abi. Those are from Alagba, though. I remember when terraculture used to be cold. Is it still cold? How I knew that terraculture was cold, one woman was sitting next to me. She had a very good performance. I said, madam, gnashing of teeth is till the day we die. It was not. All right, sorry. I'm not funny. You know I'm not funny. Yes, anyway. What does he do, Seth? I does not post anything. Anyway. Don't mind them. I want Titi Lola. All right, so guys, when we come back, we'll do these performing acts. Some performing acts like you to call their names, especially. Some, it's not everybody that says, ladies and gentlemen, welcome, the one and only Two-Face. Some will just say, please welcome on stage, Two-Face, Idibia. That one that you introduce like a wrestler. Don't like it. All right, so we'll talk about. That's why I said my book is coming out. I'm turning for government age. I'm turning 60 in June. Government age, but I'm actually 40. But people don't know. So.
Sir, I have a question. At what age do you retire?
This year,
That's why I'm not using government age anymore. All right, so guys, what we'll talk about performing acts. Because it's important, your performing acts include the dancers, includes the poets. So it depends on the kind of event. Your performing acts should have a different kind of. So it gives me great pleasure to bring this thing. If you use that for one person, don't do it gives me great pleasure for the second act. If you do, it's an honor because you are giving the person that is coming privilege introduction. If it is an honor to introduce the commissioner for works, don't say it's an honor to. Is it everybody's honor, Sha? All right. So, so, guys, let's go on the break. All right. Well, we'll come back. If we come back, I'm feeling very dizzy, but. What we'll come back, we'll then do, because there's so many things that we need to talk about. Claude? I have to go now. To where? Oh, okay. Okay, you can be telling me. We'll still talk about that as well. When you negotiate with some people and say, my show is from 4 to 7. When they are have you talked with some people before they say, it's just 3 hours show now. It starts at 4. You should finish by 7. When you go to that event, if you do not at 7 say you are leaving, you've killed your brand. When they use it to negotiate and tell you, it's starting at 3, we'll finish at 7. At 7, 6:45, tell them, you told me the show is starting at 3 and you finish at 7. I've been here since 2 o'clock. And it's because some of them would even, the one that told you 3, will not start till 4, 5. You then tell them that when I negotiated with you, you told me it will start at 3. Now, this is to say I have another event that I have to go to. They will then know that you are professional. Next time they want to negotiate with you, they will know why you are asking for plenty money. But what happens is that when you don't then say anything, it's like, only time. All right, so with these 3 points of mine, I will just sit down for them.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, can we put our hands together? Sir, now. Sir, I hope you are not leaving yet, sir, because you complacent, sir. No. Sir, please have your seat, sir. Have your seat, sir. So the reason we are doing this is because we just want to have like a 5 minutes break, Don't you want to eat? So don't worry. That is the reason we want to have this short break. Meanwhile, we have someone here who is a mental health doctor that will teach us on how to take care of ourselves, especially our mental health. So please, one more time, a round of applause for our fathers and our mother. So for the next 5 minutes, we'd like to ask our guest speakers to please walk out. We'll be back in the next 5 minutes. Thank you very much. No, sir. A round of applause for them one more time. Meanwhile, for you, don't leave. Sit down so that you can be served, all right? So we just want you all to eat something as we proceed. Thank you very much.
When you're in my arms and I feel you so close to me, all my wildest dreams come true. I need no soft lights to enchant me. If you only grant me the right to hold you ever so tight, I wanna feel in the night the nearness of you.
Don't know why there's no sun up in the sky, stormy weather since my man and I ain't together.
All sit down so the small chops can go round. Please, if you are not seated, no small chops for you. Please, let's all sit down so the small chops can go round. Everybody have your seat.
We're about to start. Please take a seat.
The very thought of you makes my heart.
All right, please let's take a seat. Please take your seat so that we can progress.
On the wings of spring, and you appear in
Please, can we take a seat?
your splendor, my one and only love. The shadows fall and spread their mystic charms in the hush of night, while you're in my arms. I feel
Please,
your
this is not
lips
time for
so
selfies. Time to sit
warm
down.
and tender. My one and only love. The touch of your hand is like heaven. A heaven that I've never known. The blush on your cheek whenever I speak tells me that you are my own. You fill my eager heart with such desire. Every kiss you give sets my soul on fire. I give myself in sweet surrender.
All right, please, music now, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. I do not want to assume that people left because or during the break.
Just go out, just make the announcement, and that you are closing the door in 5 minutes. 5? 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Now after you
Okay.
make the announcement, you are closing the door. Can we have exactly the person they come with the little bros, tell them that everybody who comes in late drops 1,000 in a bin, and we donate it to charity. Let's go.
Forever. What's the correlation between charity and forever? Okay. Where's Sako? Oh yes, Sako has an event. Sir, this is actually enough to be a gym. This bag, we just use it to do gym. Okay, without much ado. All right. One of the things about, for those of us that know, please can we have our seats and let's have some decorum? Thank you.
Sorry, before we go on, can I see your bottle of water? Everybody, raise your bottle of water. Raise your bottle of water. Raise hand. Why do you think those of us
Mine is there.
remove the label? Raise it. No, wait. Why do you think we removed it? Because of our mental health. See, if you get anything and your picture is taken, okay, sorry. If you take any picture now and is branded and is used when you become the next big thing and they use it,
you have endorsed it by carrying it for them. They don't have to say anything. They just put your picture and put the product. That means you're endorsing it. If you ever get water or anything branded that you can't remove the label, keep it. If you have anything you can remove the label, remove and hold. They are not paying you to endorse it. I learned from Oga.
Thank you, sir. All right. One of the things that has made our industry thrive is the fact that we always help people up. And we learned that from, of course, the grand mentor himself, Alibaba. And Ajele has decided that rather than have me do the introduction of our guest speaker, we should have somebody younger than me in age, but is not younger than me in bank account. Please welcome Ayo Deji Egberungbe, a.k.a. Ayo Mike.
Thank you very much. Please can we put our hands together for Omo? Thank you. That statement he made about being his elder brother with respect to bank accounts is not true. Just like to put that out there. Yes, yes. All right. I believe this has been worth our while, right? Can we please put our hands together and celebrate the industry greats? Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, to take us further in the event for today, our next speaker wears quite a number of hats. She's a psychiatrist, a psychologist, a mental health advocate, a content creator, a lecturer, a trauma recovery specialist, an author, a global mental health personnel. Bonjubola Abiri is a consultant psychiatrist, a managerial psychologist, and CEO of Ready Med Consulting Services. She is a fellow of the West Africa College of Physicians and a member of various professional organizations. She's passionate about mental health advocacy. She is a regular voice in print and electronic media, promoting awareness and education. With a resounding round of applause, can we welcome to the microphone our speaker, Dr. Bonjubola Abiri, MBBS, MMP, GMHC.
All right. A very good afternoon to you all, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My name is Bonjubola Abiri, popularly known as Auntie Ramo on Instagram, and Dr. G in real life, for the people who may not be able to pronounce my name. I'd like to stand on existing protocols to the king and all his other subjects on stage. I say good afternoon. I'd like to thank MC Ajeli. MC Ajeli, say I come follow on our talk, so that creative no go colo. I remember meeting MC Ajeli a few months ago. Well, it's about 2 years now. And they wanted me to co-MC with MC Ajeli, who I didn't know. Found out he was the dancing MC. At the second event that we co-anchored together, MC Ajeli, you remember waiting with Chop Daddy? Now, okra. The food had finished. No jollof rice, no pounded yam. We were sipping on okra. Yes, okra. Okra soup. Yeah. But we had fun. And at the end of the day, we went home. I felt very honored when he said he wanted to have an event and he wanted a mental health conversation. The year is 2025. And so I'm going to start with a question that I usually use as a social experiment when I go to a couple of places. You are in this room and you have mental health. Show by raise of hands. I have mental health. Raise up your hand. So the second part of that. Okay, the second part of that conversation, if you have mental health, keep your hands up. Because if you like say the people who get mental health, they have no sure. I want you to look around. And look around you and some people... Acapella, why didn't you raise up your hand? Why didn't you raise up your hand?
I had no correct.
Okay. Lolo, why didn't you raise up your hand? My hands, oh, I must have missed it. Why did you raise up 2 hands? I noticed. Sako, pause for a bit. Why didn't you raise up your hand?
I'm just looking at the people ahead of.
So usually when people hear the words mental health, what comes to their mind? Grace. What else? Golo mental. Depression. They're thinking Yaba left. They're thinking Aru. Scoring. Gen Z, yeah. Uncolos. Thank you. They're thinking the disheveled man or woman on the streets not wearing clothes. But you see, what I want us to take away today, if we don't take away anything, is that all of us have mental health. Even the country has. But sometimes you see Shege Banza, you see Shege Pro Max, Shege Dam Barabo. And so there's a lot going on that would affect our mental health. But the first thing we must know is that we all have mental health. And what is mental health? Mental health is the state of our minds. Health is not just the absence of disease or infirmity. It's not, I don't have cough, I don't have catarrh. What's the color of paracetamol now? I don't even know. It's been a while I went to the hospital. That's not health. Health is a complete state of physical, social, and mental well-being. But for you to say that an individual is mentally healthy, that individual is able to cope with the normal stress of life. Stress is normal. The people who don't face stress, where are they? 6 feet under, they're dead. So you must be able to, 1, face the normal stress of life. 2, you must be able to have thriving relationships. Thank you. You must be able to face the normal stresses of life, cope with adversity. You must be able to have thriving relationships and ensure productivity in the work that you do. The reason why we're talking about mental health here today is because I'm speaking to creatives. And because a lot of creatives are under a lot of pressure to perform. I've sat here for a while, and I think that one of the most beautiful things that this gathering shows me is that there is a sense of community. Please give yourselves a round of applause for that. There's a sense of the fact that there were people who had gone ahead of us, and these people are holding your hands. When I was listening to all the money that they were calling, I'm like, I think it's time to change my job. Sako was calling it because, I don't know, I haven't had so much millions in my account.
So, I just want to say that this lady, 2000, yeah, opened my first email for me, sako2k1@yahoo.com.
You still use them?
Yeah, I use it, yes.
Yeah.
So she's been my friend for over 26 years. Yes. Can we please put her together for her?
Yeah, well, yes, I'll see him outside. Does he have a mental problem? Pay me for that. I remember many years ago during my house job, you were at Luth. A friend of mine said, that guy is the father of this. I said, you don't know that guy? She said she doesn't know him. I said, you don't know that guy? She said, he doesn't know him. I said, well, that's Gbenga Adeyinka the first. And so, our mental health is important. And it's not until people are not wearing clothes, people are, and I think this is particularly very important for the creative industry, substance abuse. When he said it, we laughed. But it's the pandemic that we are not ready for just yet. You can call it all sorts of names. Igbo, Eja, Black Mamba, Kolos, Onkolos, Kana, Ghana Loud, Canadian Loud, Ice, Brownies, Azele, any more names? Arizona, thank you. Pawpaw, Chelsea, Gum, thank you. And it's interesting that some people actually lock themselves inside pit latrines to get high on human feces, get high while getting low. Or they lock themselves up, get lizards, they capture lizards, wait for the lizards to poo, and they get high by hitting it all up together. Sometimes it's C4, or is it CK, crack cocaine. There's so much going on, but we need to be aware. We need to be aware because people will just tell you, guy, why don't you try this thing? It's going to make you all right. It's going to make you be able to stand in front of a crowd. All right. The industry that you're in comes with a lot of pressure. I mean, Nigeria itself is pressure. And so we say pressure tiwa. The pressure is getting worse. But you see, the pressure to perform, the pressure to be the big dog, the pressure to remain relevant is not just for the creative industry. It's for a lot of industries. A few years ago, a senior colleague of mine called me and he said, Bonju, you're doing so well. It's you they're calling on TV. They're calling you on radio. It's you people want to listen to. But he said, but it will not be you all the time. That after a while, younger people will come. He said, what will you be doing in that time? And it's my answer to all the questions that he asked earlier on. Innovate or die. You heard him talk about the fact that he wants to write a book, or the book is almost done. He's innovating. He's creating space. He has owned his craft. He's creating space, but he's also innovating and becoming something better. She said something, you have the gift for MC, but you're a great actor. But because there appears to, again, it's an appearance that there's money in MC, you want to die there. There's money, I know. But perhaps not everyone will be able to get that money. And so don't kill yourself trying. Look for something else that you can do and be successful at it. I'll just share a few tips because I don't have a lot of time. And the first one I want to say is that for you to say that you have mental health, you must know yourself. Who are you? Who are you when no one is looking? Who are you when the lights are off? Be true to yourself. Socrates, one of the greatest philosophers of all time, said, man, woman, know yourself. Because it is the knowing yourself that the greatest will emerge. Who are you? Who are you? Take away the craft. Who is Alibaba? Take away the craft. Who is Lolo? Beyond your achievements, who are you? Beyond your titles, who are you? Will people find you relevant? Know yourself and be able to regulate yourself. Don't be swayed by the crowd. I mean, even in the Bible, they said it, that the same people that said Hosanna to Jesus, a few days later, crucify him. The world will stay around what appears to have a lot of luster, but after a while, the world will move on. The second thing I want to say to you is that you must own your craft. Find what you know to do and do it well. Deliver excellence, not just once, but every time. You did it well the last time. The next time you come, do it so flawlessly, do it so well, that every time they think about who to call, they won't have to think two times. The third thing I said, be true to yourself and embrace imperfection. You will fail at times. You will do the Federera. You make many mistakes. You see, there are times when I want to post videos on Instagram and I'm like, oh, there's a word, poignant, and I'll go to Google. How do you pronounce this word? You have to... Yeah, did I pronounce it right on a video? I smiled. People may not know, but I had to go and listen to what that word sounded like. You don't know it all. Bonjour. You don't know it all. I encourage you to have a mentor. Have people who genuinely love you, who genuinely want to see you grow, who can hold your hands, and who will mention your names in rooms that even though you are not there, they will prevail on that crowd that until this person gets it, I'm not backing down. Celebrate your wins. You see, we're so hard on ourselves as humans. We keep thinking about until the next one comes, until the next one comes. Celebrate your wins. The last place I said this, I said, like M.I. said in his song, Kenechukwu, clap for yourself. Well done. You're a legend in the making, Malcolm. Please, celebrate yourself. It may seem small, but if you don't celebrate yourself, why should anyone else celebrate you? Avoid substances of abuse by all means. They will call it all sorts. They will tell you it's lovely. It will help you get high, yes. You'll be high as a kite. Now what's Alibaba they use? Now what are they drink? Alibaba. They'll brand of which water? But please avoid substances by all means. I'm seeing patients break down by the day. I'm losing patients to death. People are dying, but we're not telling. We can't come out to say that this is what, Avoid substances. People will tell you enhance your performance. It was supplied by doctors and some other people. Avoid substances. They kill. Get healthy doses of vitamin R. What is vitamin R? Rest. Rest, relax, human. Rest, though. You want to buy land where? They said there's Orange Island. Now it's no longer banana. Please, rest. You need all the rest that you can get. Sleep may look like it is not important, but sleep has functions. Please rest. You must learn how to use isolation and loneliness. Get away from the madding crowd. Do deep work. Isolate yourself. Sometimes when the noise gets too much, we get distracted. Learn to use isolation. There's a book, Deep Work, by Cal Newport. It talks about the benefits of isolation, that even the greatest people, J.K. Rowling, Carl Jung, a lot of people used to retreat. They used to isolate. It's only when you isolate that you can learn about yourself and learn to recharge as well. This one is very dicey, but I beg you, ask for help. How they call you? Ask for help. But beyond asking for help, ask for help because it is not a sign of weakness, it's a sign of strength. Ask for help. Vulnerability is not weakness. Even someone who doesn't know how to do something will teach you how not to do it. Ask for help. Don't be too proud. Nobody is self-made. Nobody, they will tell you, nobody is self-made. We all need people. Ask for help and be helpful to others as well. So it's not just about collecting. Be a vessel to others as well. There's the concept of the emotional bank account. I'm sure that there's some people, if they call Alibaba now, he will carry his phone, he will drop anything that he's doing to support them. But there's some people that will call him now and say, this guy don't come again. Be useful to others as you try to get help for others as well. And as I close, I just want to encourage us to prioritize our mental health. We all have mental health. What we don't have is mental illness. But you see, the pressures, the stresses, the obstacles, the challenges of life. And the challenges don't come as black and white sometimes. Sometimes they can be failure. Sometimes it might be illness. Sometimes it might be the death of a loved one. Sometimes it might be something that you were aspiring to and you couldn't get. Sometimes it might be feelings of guilt, of shame, of doubt. And that's one of the things that creatives also struggle with. The imposter, I'm not good enough. Who will listen to me? You have it. It's in you. But you see, ensure that you keep your mental health intact. Ensure that it is important to you. When you notice significant changes, and you may not notice it, which is why it's important that we are there for each other. When you notice that every time you call Sir Gbenga, he's not picking up the phone, or he's sounding cranky on the phone, or he's not sleeping well, he's not eating well. When he shows up, he's not showing up like he usually would. He's broke. Thank you. Maybe until he hears another background and he will become gingered. But please, your mental health, it would affect how you carry yourself, your self-esteem. There are days I say that I show up in places and I don't have so much money in my accounts, but if they told you that I was the one who had the biggest account, you say yes. Your confidence level is on point because your mental health is in check. Please cater to yourself. Look out for yourself. Look out for others. As you chase after the things in this world, don't leave yourself behind. Have mentors. Look up to people. But don't create unhealthy competition for yourself. There's a lot of unhealthy competition in this day and age. I want to be like this person. And I think that it's important, like, Lola was saying, as I buttress this point and round up. Respect the process. Nobody just arrives. Respect the process. We usually talk about the Chinese bamboo. And people say that it's in the ground, and for so many years, you don't see anything at the surface. But you see all those years where you thought that the person was not even doing anything. What are they even doing? They are not doing it like the world is doing it. People are working. Put in the work. Learn to use the gift of people. But you see, most importantly, and it's why I've come here today, take care of your mental health. Don't leave your mental health to chance. And like I always want to round up, please remember at all times that there is no health without mental health. Thank you.
Wow. Wow.
Thank you so much.
I have a message for her from Alibaba. She said it was that okra that drew you and Ajele together.
Draw me nearer, nearer to. So, ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause for Dr. G. Thank you very much, ma'am. And you didn't tell them that I used straw to take the okra. So we are going to allow 2 people, right, to ask a quick question. All right.
Okay. Oh, you have a question too? Can we have a lady? Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dr. George, medical doctor, multimedia personality, master of ceremonies. Dr. G, thank you so much. I don't know where she is. Oh, okay. Thank you so much, ma. Dr. G, thank you so much, ma. I'm your junior colleague. I also finished from the University of Lagos. Amazing. My question is, one of the things that I think that is very understated is social media, technology, and the use of mobile phones. We are creatives, and most of what we do is through our mobile phones. And so there is a lot of attachment to our mobile phones, and there's a lot that comes with it, both good and bad. How can we as creatives balance that, such that we are using our mobile devices for something good to push our brands, but it's not becoming a problem for us? Thank you.
Let's take the second question so that you can just... He has raised his hand since. Yeah, ask.
All right. Hi. Good afternoon. My name is Abraham. Everybody calls me AB. My question is very, very peculiar to me as a person, and is also because of this mental health that you mentioned. So I've noticed that as a public speaker, as an MC, at some point you grow this emotional thick skin that nothing gets to you again, to an extent. And in a way, that affects your personal life, especially for single men. I just want to go straight to it. How do you mediate that emotional thick skin to be able to still accommodate and still feel the necessary things that you're supposed to feel as a young man, especially as a single man?
This one that you are just dwelling on singleness. Acapella.
I'm not sure I understood this question, but... Right. So, I'll speak about one house. Thank you. So I'll speak about social media and mental health. The newest drug that we're probably not ready for is social media, the internet. If you've ever watched the Netflix movie, The Social Dilemma, you will understand that the use of social media is like a drug. The more you like it, the more people like your pictures, there's a rush of dopamine in the brain. And the days that they don't like the things that you put out, it nosedives. There's also a disorder now that we know as the social media addiction, or the internet addiction as well. It's easy to get lost online. It's easy to get lost because you're looking for all the validation that comes online. But it's also very important to be able to balance it so that you don't lose yourself in the entire process. Unfortunately, social media has also become a lot of people's reality. They live alternative lives on social media, and that's the life that they know. Nobody knows them anywhere else. And so, do your work, own your craft on social media, but take breaks. Extremely important. Some people will tell you that sometimes they delete all their apps. If it's healthy for you, delete your apps. The craving for social media, you know how it is. What is the first thing most people touch when they wake up these days? Their phone. What is the last thing most people touch when they go to phone? It's becoming an addiction, and many of us don't even know that we're addicted to our phones. So the first way to solve a problem is to know that we have a problem. You find yourself spending more and more time neglecting many things, including your self-hygiene, including relationships, just to spend time on the phone. Put your work out there, but be able to delineate yourself from that alternative reality. It was in Australia a few weeks ago that they banned under 16 from social media. It's becoming a major problem. Unfortunately, we don't do a lot of data. We don't have a lot of information, so we may not even know how it is harming us, but it's doing a lot of harm. It's causing a lot of self-esteem issues, confidence issues, because unfortunately, people also put on, or rather they put out their best lives. People rarely put out their struggles and their challenges, and so you evaluate them and you think that they don't have any problems in their lives. But people are struggling. So please, do the work that you must. Spend time on social media, but be able to take a break away from social media. Some people talk about some therapies that you go away to a very quiet place and you don't go with your phone. When I tell people, they're like, how? Even Bill Gates does it. It takes think breaks. You said go get money now, finally. But seriously, we need to be able to detach from technology. Otherwise, like I always say, power is nothing without control. You will become a slave to that thing if you continue at, an alarming or confusing rate. It's question. I'm not quite sure I got it, I'll be honest. But I know Acapella shouted. Yes, single people. What was your question? In one word.
I just said that how do you balance your emotional control, like your attachment, and especially I said you grow a thick skin as a public speaker because you deal with a lot of things, a lot of personalities. All right, how do you draw the line, and how would you say adapt?
As a single man, don't lose yourself in the process. Did you hear me? Did you hear me? Don't lose yourself in the process. You're still a human being anyways. And you can't be emotionally numb to everything around you. Don't lose yourself in the process. Different things will come. Different things will hit you at different frequencies and at different times. But while you're trying to create, an alternative psyche, don't lose yourself. And that's where you need other people. And perhaps you may even need a therapist. Have someone to check in with you every now and then. You don't know it all. You can't have it all. Have someone who looks out for you when you're not looking out for yourself, especially as a single person. Thank you.
Okay, so for those that don't know, she's actually a consultant. And consultancy is the highest you get in medical practice. So what you are saying, Professor, what you are saying is... But more importantly is that she knows what she's saying and everything she's saying is valid. Please give her a round of applause. Now let's go to our own consultant, the king.
Hello.
Back to class.
All right, guys, we're going to... Can we have that back up? So, me. All right, so... one thing that I also have noticed as she's talking of mental health is that as colleagues, it is good not to show some other colleagues how much you are paid for events.
Sir, is it like that spray that Dangote sprayed you that time?
Gbenga, it's okay. Gbenga,
It's also important not to decide to show your colleague that you are funny. If you both go to events and the event has almost ended, you now hold the microphone for 1 hour and make your colleague look like he doesn't know what he's doing. I'm not talking to anybody.
Okay, so no, I have very few minutes to spend. In his own case, my reputation was at stake. All right, so...
In Kenny Black's case, what happened?
My reputation was at stake.
In Dandy Numerous' case, what happened? Nonsense.
All right, so in the cases they're talking about, we don't judge. I just, So guys, on the screen there, so I said we stopped at performing arts. No, your performing arts, please, as an MC, if your performing arts don't do very well on stage, do not mock them. It may be a bad day in the office. Do not mock them. You know the issue of coming back as MC and say, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know what kind of performance that was. Some people think they are funny or what kind of nonsense dance is that? Please. It doesn't say you're a master of ceremony. It just means that you're killing the ceremony. What you must do as an MC is mop up any boredom and make sure that you make the show look as good as. Pick out 2-3 things that they said. It's just like speakers. Some speakers will come and say crap. But if they say something, as an MC, you need to note that as well. If they say something that makes sense, connect with those 2 things and impress it upon the audience so that they can remember that about him. In fact, when the show finishes, the speaker, will come to you and say, thank you very much for what you did. Instead of, after the event, when I'll push it. Now, speakers have different kind of speech architecture. It's not everyone comes up on stage, takes the mic and delivers. Some of them will struggle through. And as an MC, it's best if you understand the topic that I've been on, jot some bullet points on the table that you think the speaker can reference. Before he calls, you say, speak on the issue of this. If you can touch on this, if you can touch on this one, it would be nice to refer to this issue that this man raised. And just say, if they look at that, this thing, when they finish most times you see, when some speakers are talking, they say, just as the MC said, just as this person said, just because you already drew up those references that relate to what the guy is going to say. Now, sense of humor. There's a thin line between being funny and being offensive. A very thin line between being funny and being offensive. Up there, I wrote language, I wrote religion. Now, and then under, I wrote research. Those things that are there, the language is not what you speak. It is how you speak. You can tell some people to go to hell, and they'll look forward to it. But you can tell some people certain things. I'm sure most of you with your friends will be talking like this, get weary. And the guy will laugh, say, true, I'm telling you the truth. But on different levels, and you then tell the person, get away weary. Maybe the person hit your car, or you hit the person's car, and you say, go away weary. It will be different. All right, so your sense of humor is different from jokes. Sense of humor is the innate ability to create funny things from any other thing. Jokes are capsules that you give to the audience. And that's spontaneity. The capsules that you continuously dose to the audience. But your sense of humor is what permeates the whole event. So you don't have to be a comedian to have a sense of humor. Protocols. Protocol is very important at every event, especially in Nigeria. In the US, you can just skip. And then there are 2 kinds of protocols. The first one is a blanket protocol, and the other one is a detailed protocol. A blanket protocol is one where you say, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, members of the National Assembly and their leadership, all state governors that are here and their deputies, local government chairmen, captains of industries. It's not the real protocol. Okay, so blanket recognition is when you just group everybody together and give them a blanket recognition. So blanket recognition for National Assembly will be the leadership of the National Assembly and all members of the National Assembly. Or you can say all members of the Federal Assembly, Federal National Assembly, or National Assembly and State Houses of Assembly. You say State Houses of Assembly completes everyone. State House, and make sure you put leadership. The leadership of the National Assembly and National Assembly members and leadership of State Houses of Assembly. Blanket, you covered everybody. Nobody can come and tell you didn't recognize us. Nobody. When you say, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome captains of industries and leaders of thought, you've captured PDP, APC, everybody, because all of them in parties are Ferry, but they're all leaders of thought. My Lord Spiritual and Temporal, Bishop Oyedekpo, Emir of Sheikh of whatever, you've captured everything. And when you then say, this is important, when you say our royal fathers, don't go back and say, we recognize the Oloshi of Oshi. If you do that, you've broken blanket. You have to then recognize everybody again. Okay. So, status. Now, everybody's status is different. Somebody's status may be the one. Somebody's status may be the one. You get where the things I go see you before. All right. Somebody's status may be different from another one. Now, a status is it Mrs. or Mr.? Is it Miss or Mrs.? It's important that you find out. Now, the other thing that you can get away with is chief. Chief Adeyinka, chief this one, chief that one. You can get away. But there are some people, when you call them chief, they say, no, I'm Otumba. So that will require your getting to know who those ones are. Now, there's something they're called challenges. What are the challenges that an MC faces? If you have a troublesome chairman of event, if you have a microphone that keeps failing, or you have a DJ that likes to interrupt, or a live band that refuses to... And the other one that you cannot... I don't know how many of you have heard say, alaga. When you have an alaga that feels like they paid her for that and for after party, so she does not finish the event. She always says, all right, so those challenges are there. And then another challenge is collecting your balance. I'll discuss later when we do financials. But these challenges that an MC goes through, there are different things that you to finish up. And now, pronunciations. If you are an MC, like, she's gone, the doctor is gone. She said she went to learn how to pronounce some words. Some of you don't learn how to pronounce some words. Because you use them regularly, learn them. I've been with somebody before that recognized the director of Nigerian Youth Service Corps. So I was working with a guy, really serious. This is in Adamawa. When the NYC director came around, and I was working. So I now told him, I said, how's that guy? He was working in the broadcast FM, the station. And I said, forget the S, just the P and S, just will call. He said, why can't I? P, he did there, S, he did there. He said, so, yes, no, the pronunciation, yeah. Now, how you get your pronunciations right? If somebody's name is Adeleke, right? Write A-R-E-R. Day, D-A-Y. Le, L-A-Y. K, K-A-Y. Write it out like that. The way it's pronounced, right? So you can pronounce it. Chigozie, write it out like that. So that when once they pronounce it for you, write it in your paper. So when you then pronounce it, you're not pronouncing the name, you're pronouncing what you wrote out. All right? Negotiations. Now, when you are negotiating your fees, you all know how to negotiate, right? Now, first, what is your fee? Let me use hypothetical figures. Let's say my fee is 100 naira. And then, wait, my fee is 100 naira. And I know that your negotiating window will be another 100 naira. Your discount that you will ask for is different from your negotiating window. The person will ask for another 50 naira this is. So I'll give you 300. When you cut 50 out, I'm still in profit. If you cut 100 out, I'm still in profit, remaining your negotiating window of 50 naira. When you now want to cut that 100, we'll now begin to talk of 120 or 130 or 140. So we're negotiating within your own balance. But when you charge 100, and you tell the person, my fee is 100, the dynamics of your engagement has changed. The man will now put a window of negotiation, a window of discount, and then, oh God, help us now. We're going to expose you. People will get to know you and all those things. You will end up with 20, 30 naira. So negotiation is very important. Do you understand what I meant? So, for instance, there's a guy called Ike. Ike charges, in fact, okay, before he was charging 10. He would say 10.8, 10.5. He has one very crazy boy, and what's that? Peter Mayo. Peter Mayo will tell you, sir, we can give you some other people that will do the event for you. But if you want him to do it, this is the fee. Now, let me tell you how you get that kind of confidence is when you have something else to fall back on. Don't put yourself in a position of somebody who already has, for instance, when you put yourself in the position of somebody who has more than you shortchange yourself. Let me give you an example. We go to do an event in Abuja. I walk into a shop, and the person says, oh, these jeans is 350. I say, give me 2. You went to Abuja with me. Your money is 500,000. Will you go and say, give me 2? So why am I explaining that? Is that Ike is not your mate. First, he has idols that gives him like 130 M every year. He has a radio station that gives him money every year. No matter what happens, Ibad, from MC and everything, he will get another 60, 70. AMVC. No, but with all of that, he can behave like Lagbaja when he had Motherland. When Lagbaja had Motherland, when you call him for an event, he will tell you 600,000. He will tell you 800,000. Because he knows if he goes to Motherland last Friday of the month, he will get 2 million. So he doesn't want to play your show just because he wants to fulfill your needs. So you must build yourself to a point where you have something you fall back on. Do you think if somebody calls Sabalo for MC and he tells the person 5 million, and the person says, let's pay you 150, Sabalo will be like, hey, I need that 150. No. Only one Google check. YouTube check. So you must build yourself to the point where you are that confident. Okay, so negotiation. So event planners. How many event planners do you have on your speed dial that you once in a while just send messages to? I have 7. 7. If I see their picture, I say, hey, I just saw your picture now. You're looking so good. I'm not asking for an event. Oh, I saw this event you did. Really very lovely. Your daughter's birthday is coming up. How far now? Send something. They've not given me an event. Trust me. The day my name and your name pop up for an event, I'll get it. Event planners, right? Event planners can have a relationship with some event planner and say, see, this is what I charge. Mark up anything you want and pay me my balance. So I charge, say 500,000. I say 500,000. I can't say. Okay, so I charge X amount. And then I now tell the event planner, so I charge X amount. So the event planner say, I'm going to charge XY. I say, just give me my X amount. And then, and so the event planner goes and says, Alibaba is asking for so and so. What you must do is don't mess the event planner up. If they call you and say, we are planning so and so, so make sure that when people call you for this, you have it written down. They'll call you again. So somebody else will then call you randomly. We need you for so and so event in Abeokuta. You say, what's the event? And I say, okay, my fee is X. They say, now he's going to start negotiating from your X, not from the XY. Then you then give them your window of negotiation. Then you then end at K. When you end at K, they'll look at the event planner as a fraudulent person. So it's all part of negotiation. And then when you tell people this is my fee, stick to it all around. Because in Lagos, you can write this down, prices get around. Yeah. Even the woman that kneels down and says, please, it's my husband's 50th. Please, nobody will know. She will tell her sister, she will tell the event planner. So somebody then will use it to brag to the event planner. Shebi will also pay 5 million longba. And then, to let you know that she's not the only one that knows, driver, a lologba. All right, so event planners, you need to deal with them, this thing. And then always try to give them some rep because they like the advertising. This event was well put together by Zafire Events. This beautiful decoration, everything. Thank you, Zafire Event. Beautiful. If you really love Zafire Event, give them a round of applause. Okay, yeah. And then, so, which is why you give credit for photography, credit for event planning, credit for ushers if you feel like. Maybe you took a picture. This is one thing you people do. You take a picture and maybe there are two ushers walking around you. Please give them credit, okay? Referrals. Up there is referrals. When people refer you for an event, if you don't send a thank you text, send them a gift. If you don't send a thank you text, send them a gift. Or mention they did. Oh, this event that I did was wonderful. I was in Dubai 3 days, 4 days, thanks to this person's connect. Trust me, anytime that guy gets any connect, they say, people when I don't give 5-4 event, they know they call me thank you. They don't even mention them. They don't send anything. See this guy when I just stay, just see. Now, better shoe. Anytime somebody asks, how did you get it? Alibaba sent me this shoe now. When he's in the room, that's why they say, when you are not in the room, somebody there will speak for you. All right? Duration of event. We're talking in the green room. If somebody says, event is 4 hours, you will get there, but make sure that after that 4 hours, you put your foot down on how you be treated. If the 4 hours stretches into a night, tell them that you must need accommodation. And tell them before the event starts. So you know this event I'm coming for in Victoria Island. You say it's going to end by 9, I can go home. But if it stretches to 11, you are giving me the room. But because you people are fighting to get an event that they didn't want to give to you, it's hard for you to even begin to bring that. Because as soon as you say, you give me accommodation, I say, okay, no worry. We'll call somebody else. Now, in between that place, there's let me just do call time. Call time is that time that you also need to use to get to know the venue. If you don't have a PA that gets ahead of you, get to know the venue. If you know the venue very well, it eats up the call time. And so you can get there maybe like 30, 40 minutes to the time. But it's important to have a call time. And if they give you a call time, meet it. Microphone. Always find out the microphone that you are given. Test it. Take your microphone and walk around. Not for you, but if you're going to have people speak from different parts of the hall. Go this way and find out whether it will feed back and tell the engineers that this mic here, these speakers here are feeding back. Ajele, change it. All right. Now, back in the days, before event planners, committee were the ones that used to book events. Committee were the event planners. They would decide who would do drinks. Those committee members can be mean. You know why? Some of the committee members have not earned that money you are asking for in their life. This is not a joke. So I was supposed to do something for Nigeria Insurance Company, Nigeria Insurance Association. And when the man heard the amount I was charging, the man said, for what? And he was in the committee that was looking for the MC. He said, lie. They called the guy, you don't know him, Tony St. Ike. Tony St. Ike of blessed memory. Tony St. Ike charged them an amount. The chairman said, no. Ogusheye, the former national, okay, yeah. So he said, no, that's not happening. Alibaba is the person who won. They now came. When they paid me, how much did they pay? 25,000. 1993. 25,000. The man did not find anything I said funny. No matter anything I said, he didn't find it funny. Now, why? It is because the people felt that the money was too much. So you need to know how to deal with committees. Vendors as well. Venue, get to know the venue. Event type. A concert. Yeah, a concert is different from product launch. A product launch is different from a book launch. A book launch is different. So you must know the event type. And they don't hype at book launches. They hype in the East. Recognitions. Your recognitions of guests must be done in batches so your event doesn't get boring. That thing that people do from the beginning. Somebody tried it. I sent a message to John Momo. I said, sir, is this what the airtime was paid for? He said, it's so annoying. This is John Momo. He said, so annoying. This person started protocol. I was recognizing everybody. By the time it got to 1 hour, they had not gotten to commission. No, he did recognition. Somebody else came, did protocol again. By the time they were calling the governor to come and speak, it was like 5 minutes to the hour because they paid for 1 hour broadcast. And they had news. John Momo said they yanked them off. So, when you're working with someone, make sure that you give them protocol list, and then when they give you names of people to recognize, do it in batches. Do one batch, finish, do another batch, finish, and then do them in capsules and in batches, sorry. Applause. All that thing that we do. Please give a round of applause to everybody. Please give a round of applause to. Sometimes it becomes so monotonous, and the people then feel like, what are we clapping for? If you have a boring audience. So audience management, the guests, get to know the type of guests that you have in every audience. You can get to know this by looking around, asking questions, who did they invite, and get a guest list. Financials, it is important for all the monies that you make, like, where's Sako? Okay. So the thing is, you get to break down how much money comes in, how much you're spending, and how much you can't touch. Here and I had. But you can't sign unless things get very bad. Sorry, you can get it. Band and DJ. The band and the DJ, you need to relate with them because some bands will mess you up. The mic they will give you is the one that doesn't work. Or they give you the one that is not loud enough. Sound engineer. Rehearsals, if there are rehearsals, try and go for your rehearsals. And then promotions. Try and promote yourself every time that you can. Promote yourself every time that you can. Promote yourself every time that you can. Then events. Events that you attend and you are not working, make sure you use it for networking. When you go to events where you are not working, make sure you use it for networking. How do you use it for networking? You go to an event like this, you are not working. How many pictures did you harvest? How many people do you... Because as you post those things, if the people then repost them, you get mileage. Do's and don'ts. Do's and don'ts. Yeah. Okay, you have an event too. And do padao. All right. They get nothing. All right, so self-development. Always improve yourself. Friends. Have friends that can recommend you for events. Don't have friends that always say, I saw one event. Why didn't you MC it? If the person saw the people planning, they should have called you. Spouse and family. Whoever your spouse is, if they are not supporting this work that you do, it's going to be tough. When you come in, when you go out, the things that will improve you need to be shared. Family. If your family sees you as an ATM all the time, it's going to be a major issue and a stress for you. In fact, it will make you want to take less so that you can satisfy them. I don't think there's anything that is... Okay, calls, letters, chat. So you must have letters, thank you letters, to when you do an event and they pay you well. Always do a letter to say thank you for this so and so show. And especially when you give them discount. Do a letter that says that and they hold your letter. The day somebody mentioned, because this is how prices get around, the day somebody mentioned, is it not so and so? You say, know that my fee was 4 naira, but you insisted that you pay 1 naira. So I've let you pay that 1 naira because of building a relationship. But my fee is actually 4 naira, but I enjoyed the show. You do that kind of letter. The day the person in that office shares it with somebody else to say, your fee is 1 naira, you tell them no. They said they didn't have money. They begged me, and I gave them a discount for subsequent events. This is my fee. It helps. Personal assistant, try and get somebody who assists you in, it can be your friend who assists you in developing yourself. Networking, calls. Please always make sure that when you take calls, you find out who is on the other side of the call before you start talking. Hello, good afternoon. This is Alibaba's office. Okay, you want a date, 29th of May? Okay, 29th of May, let's see. It's still available. Please, always let them know it's still available. There are some requests, but it has not been paid for. Straight line. There are some requests, but the date has not been paid for. That way they know that you are not sitting down with that date empty. If, for instance, you then get another booking, and you then say, okay, 29th, yeah, it's still available. Somebody has called before. When the person calls another time, you say, oh, sorry, it has been taken. Any other time they have an event and call you, they want to book it down quickly. With these few points of mine, I want to say thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. My first question, when is this book coming out, sir?
And the title of the book is All Protocols Observed.
Sir, no, sir, when is the question is when it's the book?
Birthday.
Wow.
Please sit down, please sit down. Questions.
Okay, it's time for us to come to the room. If you have a question, raise your hand.
Those that can't say the question, you can write it on a piece of paper and then pass on.
Wow. Now this is gonna be difficult. The king says, do you say 5 questions? Five questions. Phew. There are 3 ladies already. So 1, 2, 3. Please come here. Okay. But I have to come this way too. No. There. Thank you.
Hello.
So,
Since you've taken 3 from here,
yes.
right? Then take the rest from this other side.
Okay. I've taken 1 from there. I need to take from here. But I took 4 from here actually because, yes.
It doesn't balance the room.
So it doesn't balance the room.
Okay, see, wait, see. Let these people ask their questions. Let them ask their question. The question might just be what he wants to ask. So let's go.
Exactly. So let's start with you. Your name and straight to the point.
All right. Good afternoon, sir, and everyone here. Thank you for the privilege. My name is Oluchi Precious Omenka, and I need clarity on networking. You know, when we go for events, even if we're not the one hosting, or probably just want to see what a senior colleague is doing, there's an overwhelming environment there already. Everybody's trying to introduce themselves, say what they do. And so sometimes it's already chaotic. So how best can I leverage on networking that I'm saying the right things and not just pitching something that is not relevant at the end of the day? What are the things I should avoid in networking and what are the things I should do quickly, especially if I have a very limited time to speak to people?
All right, so I'll just answer that question now. So I need someone, come up. Come up. Can you? Okay. Okay, so the 2 of you, just stand like this. Stand like this. All right? Guys, the best way to network with these 2 people is compliment. First thing you must learn about networking is compliment. I'll just come now and say, lovely jacket, how are you? How are you, ma'am? How are you doing? Alibaba. Well done. How are you, bro? See, I didn't talk to him that I complimented. I've given him a compliment first. He can go hold that one for body first. Just. Then I'll now go and just shake the lady. If the lady won't shake me, I'll just say, how are you, ma'am? How are you doing? Happy New Year. How's everything? Then I'll come, hey, bro, how are you? How are you doing? Well done. So that's how you really. Now, for guys, most times when you see somebody that you don't know, compliment them first. It helps. And then you then turn to the lady. If she's the one that will be like, if her hand is not up for you to shake or something, you'll be like, oh, well done, madam. Lovely hair. Well done. And my name is breaks the ice. My name. If they don't tell you their name, greet the 2 of them and step off. But don't forget faces. Another day, you see them somewhere at a wedding or something. Oh, I met you at. The conversation starts. All right? Thank you. And then, so regarding networking, first of all, one thing that helps with networking is your card, the location, the timing. If it is a burial, funeral service or something, always try to, sorry, accept my sympathy. But nobody says, well, why are you giving me sympathy at this time? They will warm up to it. If it's a wedding, congratulations, bride or groom. Who are you here for? All right? Yep. So
all right, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Thank you so much for that mind-blowing session. So my name is Greatness Latono, and my brand name is the Global MC. So my question is, I'm a graduate of nursing science, which is a very demanding profession. And recently, I've been praying to God for clarity about what to do, because I do not know how to navigate nursing as my job, and then doing event hosting and being in the media space. So what's your advice for me, sir?
So first of all, the fact that you have a nursing background means that you relate with people who are not well. So you're at home anywhere in Nigeria. But the other good thing is that you see the people I'm talking about? So now, what you then do, let me use your mic. Hello, yeah. So what you then need to do is try and find a connecting point between nursing, taking care of people, and your emceeing job. Bring facts about health. Some of you have been sitting around for so long, it is okay to walk around. So you don't say hello to one or two people. And then, please, if you are one of those with very weak bladders, the toilet is on that side, male and female. Make sure that you just go frequently because we want you to sit here and enjoy the whole of the event. Use the experience that you have as a nurse, right, to take care. Please, if you know that you are the person that drove yourself here and you don't have a designated driver, some of us do not know how to handle drink, and alcohol can really be very bad. So please, just try and see that as an MC, you're actually handling. Stronesis, I'm not talking to you and that's my brother. All right, so that's how to. But you see, it's important for you to try and make sure that you find a connecting point between being an MC and being a nurse. A nurse takes care of people. How do you take care of people? Take care of the people that are inside the hall. So, yep.
All right, good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Grace Emelahor, the Grace Alex on Instagram. I'm an event host who is also building a career in content creation, mobile videography, and social media management, and I do very well in all of these parts. How can I position myself effectively in the industry without one aspect of my career overshadowing the other? And what strategies can I use to ensure both fields complement each other and grow simultaneously?
He just answered that question.
All right.
Hers is nursing, yes. All of the things that I do can still be put under the space of media and communications. It's not very different.
Okay. All right. So let me tell you what you do. Right? Find an essence. The same thing I'll tell her. Find some connecting point between your media and this thing. Now, because you are into media, right, in that space, what you do is deal on information. Always pass information to the audience that you are attending to. It's called audience mining. So you are telling them about, 2 weeks ago, so happened. And 3 weeks ago, if you've been following the news, this happened. So you are actually bringing them abreast. So you are informing them and keeping them abreast of this thing and still doing your MC work. But thank you. What?
There's a young man here.
The way you said it, it looks like Oyakilome's church. There's a young man here with affirmity. Yeah?
All right. Good afternoon, sir. All right, sir. It's a privilege to be standing before you. I've been meaning to ask you this question. You are very big on books. What are the top 5 books you can recommend for MCs and event hosts that they must read?
One is called The Complete Works of Shakespeare. Complete Works of Shakespeare. The Richest Man in Babylon. 48 Laws of Power. And then try and get the Speaker's Encyclopedia. A dictionary would also matter. All right? Dictionary.
Okay. So my question quickly.
Yes,
I
sir,
think this is for Acapella because during this session I couldn't ask.
Yeah.
So I'm one of the people that, watch a lot of your CDs, attended DCC in Festa, Comedy Goes to Church. So one of them that has intrigued me is how you'll be able to maintain and evolve your style. So I want to ask, do you have any specific exercise or methods you practice for refining and pacing the structure of your comedy materials?
Okay, so I'll just go direct and tell you what Alibaba told us in 2009. We had a conference, or maybe 10, then it was TA's office, I don't know if some of you were around at the time. And when Alibaba was speaking, and Alibaba said, and I quote, he said, in stand-up comedy business, the fresh guys last longer than the funny guys. And so when many were like, just as this room was filled, I don't know if any other person understood what he said. He repeated it like 3 times, the fresh guys last longer than the funny guys. And so it was something that I took upon myself. Every time I watch the news like my life depends on it. As I speak to you, my brother is there. He gets boring at home. When they were doing the Donald Trump inauguration, his pre-speech, I put it on CNN. I don't live in America. But I know that one of the easiest way to get by is to speak about trending issues. It never goes out of date because everybody's aware of what's going on, right? And so I try as much as possible to sound as new as I can so that I'm very unpredictable.
Okay. There is Ajele, don't take my command.
Thank you very much, sir, for this great opportunity. My question goes, sir. You were practicalizing about compliments, telling somebody you look nice, I love your outfit. Sir, there is a senior colleague that, I like to call him a senior colleague because of the way he snubbed me one certain time. I loved his pants, and I was like, sir, I love what you're wearing, sir. I was trying to, sir, you stretched your hand. I was trying to, he didn't even shake me back or anything. So, sir, how do we, and it was looking like the ground should just open, and I even asked him, sir, because some colleagues don't even share where they saw their outfit from because you love their outfit, that they behave like mini God. So, sir, I just wanted to ask, how do you deal with such people or such colleagues?
All right, thank you very much. I have a question here that says, is it possible for an MC to go to Togo?
You follow Kodova.
All right, so the person says, is it possible for an MC to go MC an event with their own mic?
All right, so it is not wrong, but it also means that you have to be there, talk with the engineer, connect it, and because it will, if you feel like it will aid what you want to do, sure.
Okay.
Your question about, you see, how to micromanage interpersonal relationships matters. Sometimes you can, the guy is your senior colleague, like you said. Good afternoon, Hannah, how are you? Really nice pants. He says yes, says no, takes compliments, work on. If you begin to take that into yourself, you will hurt yourself continuously. You will, okay, for instance, I come in here and maybe I see Lolo, I say, oh, nice shoes, how's everything, how are you doing? She doesn't say anything to, how are you doing? Doesn't say anything to, nice shoes. I now say, where did you get it from? No, so the thing is, whether they tell you where they got the thing or how they got it, just if the person is going to be open to relating with you, you will know from the greeting and from how you relate with the person. And it is not, I'm open to everybody, but not everybody is open to everybody. There are some comedians that are my friends. If we go to an event, while I'm staying, oh man, Hannah, how are you? The guys are like, bros, everybody now you just a greet, cha. See, if I greet that person and I not greet that person, or the person greets me and I not greet her, it not go reduce the money when I get. And I get plenty. So wait. So when it comes to how the person relates with me, it doesn't. We come into this place. What I'm wearing now, I'm coming from the hospital to this place. Does it mean that the day they give me a microphone and say MC this event, because I'm wearing this thing, I will not be able to do it? I've gone to an event before. This is really funny. I went for an event. The guy that owns Foreshore Estate, you know Northern Foreshore Estate? Do you know Northern Foreshore Estate? We got to the place. The guy was wearing t-shirt and jeans. I wore suits at the event. People were harassing me. I was looking at the guy. The guy was walking straight in. I said, see money they go, now me now they. So I said, go and greet this guy. He said, Ali. The boys were telling him, Oga, he moved away out of the road. Then they came. I give them small money. When we say, and I told him, I said, Oga, he said, Ali, now you there, Sabina. Somebody that dashed me 30K. So, so you can see, it is not what you are wearing. It is who you are. It's not what you're wearing, it's who you are. What you're wearing just helps a bit to help the mind of the people that don't know who you are. All right? So, if the person is not relating with you, there are plenty of people I relate with like that. We just greet. I just relate to them. All right? You said, as an event host, we should get to the venue an hour before that. How do we handle planners that gives you a call time 5 hours before the event? Nope. No event planner will give you 5 hours before the event if they know who. Okay. Listen. This is it. So, for instance, I told you about negotiation, right? If the person says the event is a 4 hours event and it gives you 5 hours before that event, charge them. You are not listening to me. If the person, you tell the person for 3 hours event, this is what I charge. If you want to charge the person for the whole day, you give them a fee. But if the person now tells you that you are going to stay for 12 hours for that event, you give them a fee for 12 hours. But if you don't give them a fee for 12 hours, they own you. You're not getting me. So if you give the person the impression that from that 5 hours that they added plus the event that you are going for, it is part of the 500,000 they negotiated, they own you. But tell the person, I'll get to your event 1 hour before the event. Event says no, 2 hours. You say, I will try and get there 2 hours before your event. But you must make sure you are there before that event. Otherwise, the person will have a right to want to see you 5 hours. It is when you don't show up as early as you should that next time they now say, I want to see you 5 hours before that event. So you must build that reputation as well.
Okay. Bros, okay, you want to finish? Okay, somebody said if you're starting over as an MC and everyone do not believe in you, what are the practical ways to build and grow as an MC? You have been at this event. If you don't believe in yourself, who will? The use of rate card and negotiation, is it okay to take amount outside the rate card? You just heard what Bros said. You have a negotiating window. So stay within your negotiating window. Of course, you probably might take something less than what's on your rate card, but you know what your negotiating window is. That's what Bros just said. So I think that's practical.
All right, so somebody asked, how much of your fees should be your monthly salary? Your monthly salary should be based on your basics. DSTV, transportation, light, band A, band B, whatever. Food, network, GSM. Every other thing that you spend money on. And then you can then say, this is the money for my parents or my sisters or my siblings that you take care of, right? Once you have covered that, you now say, so I require 400 or 300 every month to take care of all of that, right? Now, for emergencies, I'll add another 100. So that's 500. If the person like me, they die, you can't go beyond that 500. If the person like me, they die, you can't go beyond that 500. Because what then happens is you then become too flexible and you don't know that your salary is 500. So when you get 1 million, you're like, me, Alibaba, I have an account that pays me a salary. The money plenty for that, so they pay me salary. The account, if I not get events that whole month, I know say that when that salary come, everything plus triplets plus everybody go take care of them. All right? But you see, somebody else will be seeing me and say, because you get salaries to pay. You get light bill to pay in 3 places. My guest house, my office, and house. And you must pay all of the person when they wash swimming pool. When they come, tell them and say, this month they want kind of. They'll put acid for the pool. But you go they phone you. All right, but it is important for you to know that you must budget well. Like Sako said, The other woman I was talking of mental health, I thought that was something that she needed to even dwell on. Do not put your expectations on people's pockets. You get this, my guy. When the guy come, I will do my DSTV. I was on a balcony one time. I was seeing two guys gisting. One said, hey, my brother, they come from Kaduna tomorrow. When he come, I will change this my phone. You don't know whether the guy coming from Kaduna had budgeted in his mind that when he gets to Warri, he's going to change somebody's phone. All right? So unless you earn the money, don't spend it. And even when you earn the money, until you have saved and budgeted, and for those of you who are Christians, if you decide to then spend all of it without tithing, now your own decision be that. But if you then don't believe in tithing, you then take the money and do something that equals tithing. It's your own decision as well. But you must budget properly so that you know what you are earning. And what. Then, importantly, I told this to many Nollywood actors. You don't get events, you don't get movies every day. So when you shoot a movie, take that movie as the thing that will take you till the next movie will come. Some of them will do movie, they'll pay them 4 or 5 million. They'll go poof, poof, poof. Then before the next movie go come, it go reach about like 4 or 5 months. Then when they now call them and then give them 3 million as fee, because they have not had a show, a movie, till that time, they'll take anything. So you must, as a comedian, because there are some comedians that wait for about like 4 weeks before you get a good event. So you must work that out. The last question that I'm taking here is, after working with an organization for years as their MC, year in and year out, how do you increase your price with the staff? Okay, so what happens most times is, I gave this to somebody who was a great MC, works with NNPC during Livia Jonoma's time. They will call me to come and do MC. They will call the guy to support me. They will pay me plenty money. Then they sometimes just give the guy maybe 100K, maybe 200K. Then sometimes when they not call me, they will use the guy. The guy go do him well. So one day he now called me and said, bros, I'm doing this work for NNPC. I know what they pay you. Why wouldn't they pay me this kind of thing? I said, default twice. Give a reason that you are not doing it. Medical or this thing. Let them see the value that you are adding to the organization. So most times, if you are working anywhere, maybe you're family. Every time when they want to do something, you say, I bet I could call somebody to do this and not feel well today. When they pay that person, then go know how much they save them. But it is when they don't pay the person that they don't quite understand how much value you are adding. You use billboard as one of your means of media, but these days social media is a medium of promoting. Can traditional media still be medium, radio, TV? Yes, please. For promotion of an MC. Yes, it is. Let me tell you why you know that TV and radio promote MCs. Have you noticed that when they are reporting a wedding or an event on channels, Arise, they cut out the face of the MC? It is only if the MC walked past somewhere or it's important that the MC... They normally don't put the MC making the announcement unless it's a live transmission. They don't put it. I asked John Momo, I said, why? He said, because it's marketing. He said, because once they put the MC, somebody will say, oh, I like how he did this thing. Get him for me. So they don't put... Even me, I'll do private events or do some even big events. When they are reporting, sometimes it is when they are reporting that you hear the voice of the MC talking, and you not be like, na bros time they that. Oh, na Gbenga be that. That's IK's voice. So that's why social media, I put it on that screen, social media is your own way of marketing yourself, nobody else. But you need to then mention, some of you post things you don't tag. If you are not popular enough, tag. Put your tag, hashtags, put them. And the hashtags should be comedy, entertainment, live shows, weddings, birthdays, Lagos. Yes, remember to add Lagos, Africa, Nigeria, all those things, just put them, because as people Google all those things, they'll see you. Yeah? Fun is one thing that also works. Fun, laughter, great show, and all those things. But, all right? I think those are all the questions.
All right, sir. All right, sir. Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Arinze Nonso. Before I continue, I'd like to add that today is my birthday. Thank you very much.
So what has the Lord done for you?
All right.
Ajele.
All right, so, sir, I've listened to you over the years, and there's something I like about you. You have foresight. There are things you said 4 or 5 years ago that are manifesting this year. Some of us seated here might not get to see you 2, 3, 4, 5 years from now. If there is something, like being a room or a space with you, if there is something you want to tell us that will be relevant to us in the next 3, 4, 5 years, that will stick with us, that will help us grow. And when we think back, we remember that Ajele had a meeting like this, and Alibaba said something that transformed us, that we heard, and then that also helped us in the next 3, 4, 5 years. That will make us relevant like you from generation to generation to generation. What would that be? Thank you very much.
All right, so that would be create a YouTube channel, get on TikTok. Let me tell you, the fact that TikTok was banned in America, unbanned by Trump, right, tells you something. When Instagram started, when Twitter started, I left Facebook and set up Twitter, and I was typing in caps. How many people know I was always typing in caps? I wanted to be different. When you see, you know this is something Alibaba wrote. When people write comments on it, then it was hard to differentiate comment from the post. Until now that they then put your post on. Yes, so now, the guy that was running an advertising agency, who was on Facebook, said, "What are you doing on Twitter where all these small children are?" I was like, small children? Jay-Z is there. And I mentioned the guy that owned the comedy show. No, all these comedians were performing in America. Def Jam. He was on Twitter. And a lot of them were on Twitter, big boys. And I called the guy, I said, "But these people are better." They said, "Are you in America?" So I left it. But I continued. A year later, he called me and said, "There's a client of mine that wants you to help them post something." I slam and bill. He was like, "No, Ali." I said, I slam and bill. Why? Because he did not understand the indications and indices of the future. So one, now, let me tell you, YouTube is going to now grow because of the challenge of TikTok. YouTube is going to grow. Shorts are getting big now. Now, shorts are getting big. Cash in on those ones. Put all your eggs in most of those ones. Now, try and make sure that you create content every day. When I say create content every day, don't take people's content. Create content every day. And the content you create can be, try and challenge yourself to the point of creating content every day. Look at everything and say, "Oh, I'll create 2 ideas from this one." If you're watching a movie, if any movie, this is why you should be on Netflix. Every movie should be able to give you 2 jokes. Every movie you watch, at least 2 jokes. 2 jokes. It could be how the man is relating with his daughter, and the daughter is saying, "Get out, don't talk to me," slam the door. You will now be like, eh? Then in Nigeria, would that happen? You've created a joke and then mine it properly. That's how to do it. And I think that you guys are going to go places. Yeah.
Okay, please a round of applause for. We have people online that have been listening and they're having a great time and they have questions. So let's take just one question from anybody online.
So now, how do we do the question, though? Yes,
so
online.
I need somebody to
the person
extract the question from
yes,
me.
exactly. The person with
yes.
the issue.
But in the meantime, she has a question that has been written to her that she needs to answer.
On days where there are event routes, what do you do to keep body and soul together? Have you been listening all day? Eh?
Okay, there's a quote that says that. They said, "When the fisherman is not on the high sea, he mends his net." Before Jesus went into ministry, he was doing carpentry. It was for the first 30-something Exactly. So make sure that you grow yourself. All right? Make sure you develop. I put it on the screen. I said self-development. Develop yourself in a way that by the time they then need you, you are ready. Be prepared. As the Boy Scouts this thing says, be prepared. Do not wait for the time that... I believe that there was one time I used to post knock-knock jokes. There was one lady that said, what kind of all these dry jokes that some people just call themselves? I munched it. Then I started posting the knock-knock jokes. And people started decoding them. So when you go to the comment section, you now see people getting it. Then one day, she deleted the thing, the comment. In her own, she posted it on her page. She deleted it. So I was looking at it. When I saw her one day, she greeted me, bro, Sana, how are you? I said, fine. So I now sent it to her. I said, hope you now get knock-knock jokes. She said, I didn't know. It was my first time to come across those kind of things. That was her first time. And what was the name of our former the governor of Kwara that became Senate president?
Bukola Saraki.
And it was Bukola's name that I used for the knock-knock. Because I said, okay, let's do this. Knock-knock.
Who is that?
Bukola. She doesn't like making friends because she knows book all her life. Book all her life. Book all her life.
If you cannot get Ajele, Bukola.
Nice. So it is important for you to know that when you do punchlines like that, the people whose heads are not there will tell you, what's this? Is it not somebody that is burning tire and then somebody is using it to make furniture? So the person burning the tire will not see any value. They caught a turtle some time ago in Badagry. They were dragging it from the boot. So I sent it to my friend who is in South Africa. And the guy said, Ali, that is worth $3 million. Can you reach them? I said, this video got to me like a week before. I said, try. I reached out to some people, called some people. They said, it's gone. Now, he said that if you put that in an aquarium, in a year, if you don't make $300,000, in a year, $300,000, then he said, what you will spend in building the aquarium will not be much. All you then do is begin to look for where you find a female of it, if it's a female, or find a male of it, and let it lay eggs. That your aquarium will be the one that people, professors and all sorts will come to. Even professors that want to come and study will pay you money. Wildlife people will pay you money to protect the thing. But who not go? No.
So,
the question from this
online question, please.
We still have one more here. What kept you relevant all these years in the days when there was no social media? What do you do to stay relevant for a long time?
School fees. Okay, so this one says, why do senior colleagues hide contacts from the junior ones? And it is right for the junior to go through that stress. Is it right for? I don't hide contact, and I don't know why they do. If they do, it's not. See, there's no need to hide contact because, I told so many of them, if we go to an event, if I have a joke that will be funny, I'll write it on the paper and say, tell it. You not go take from me. The time Basket Mouth was starting, he and I went to do one show in Kwara. We got there, I finished the show, I came sit down, and I told him, I said, look around this place. Give me 5 jokes. Basket said, he tried. I did 5 jokes. And everyone I did, he would laugh. When I do another, he would laugh. I said, take them. I didn't say it until he said it. Who watched the video? I didn't say it till he said it. And after he said it, there were other people that have even given more jokes that have not said it. And I hear them tell the jokes. I hear them tell the jokes. I smile, go outside. So I hear them tell the jokes, and sometimes I sit down in the audience and they're telling the jokes, and people are laughing like, "Ah, man, this guy, the pieces, man, you're not there again." I say, "Yeah, no, shut down, yeah." But I know, say, fear not let them put copyright for that joke. So what I'm saying is, comedians should not try to shine somebody else, especially when you already have glory. Your glory should not be a story that you pass on to others. All right? And so I'm not for that. But if you are telling a joke and it's funny, and I know that if you move the joke to here and here to be funnier, I'll tell you.
All right. Thank you very much, our king. Can I get a louder microphone? A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Sir, you can have your seat, sir. You can have your seat, sir. All right. Before we sign out, who?
No.
Okay. Alibaba, as in speaking, around the MC industry, do we have comedians here that would like to ask Acapella 1 or 2 questions before we round up? Any comedian here? Any comedian? Let's take just one and we are done. You. Are you a comedian? All right. Let's do this. Yeah, to Acapella. Quickly. Let's do that real quick. Let's do it. Be fast about it, sir.
Good afternoon. So, for a fast-rising comedian, everything we've talked about today is the business aspect, majorly, of MCing. So, for someone that is just coming up in stand-up, what do you suggest that is the business? What's the way if an upcoming stand-up comedian can earn money in the stand-up comedy space? That's for someone, we mentioned something earlier. It's good you can be a stand-up comedian and not do MC. So for someone who knows that his talent is stand-up and he wants to make money off just stand-up as an upcoming comedian, how will the person go about it?
All right. Acapella, do you have a microphone?
Yeah,
do you have one over there? Then after that, we'll have final words from the three of them. Then we're done.
Okay, so unless you are just coming, I think I addressed this already. Right? I addressed it, right? When we started. So like Lolo said, you can't be everything. In every business, like I speak from my experience, there are stages in everything. What you do, who you work with, and where you work. So when you're just starting, what do you do? They ask you, what do you do? I'm a comedian. At some point, your ladder becomes who you work with. And afterwards, your profile now becomes, I've done so, and so, and so. There is no shortcut to Abba. As a stand-up comedian, you have to be funny. Like I said, you can't come into an already saturated market with an existing product. So when you tell the jokes that are not original, I gave this illustration before, right? The audience will laugh. But sometimes what you do in turn is to remind them of the owner of the joke. You think that they don't know. So the easiest way, you come to a show, you can't come. So I'll give you a typical example. Sometimes, timing, placements. In 2019, what I'm going to say, those of you who are close to him, ask him. In 2019, I called The Stalker. The Stalker used to host comedy club at Booker Hut. So what The Stalker does, he comes to shows either too early or too late. So he comes, he wants to hurriedly perform so that he goes back to host his comedy club. Or he comes when the show is almost over. So I told him, this 2019 window, with the set of jokes I've heard from you, this is your opening. So what you then have to do, look at big shows that are coming. Take that Sunday off from your comedy club. Let somebody stand in for you. If you no blow this year, anything I tell you, no believe him. That's the Stalker brand that you see today. Ask him. And that was his opening. How did I know? In that very calendar year, AY was going to have AY Live. In every business, within yourself, you know who funny past you. Or who looks like is going to be a threat to you, right? So that very calendar year, when they told me the lineup, I looked at the lineup. Akporo at that time, so hot, Akporo they travel. Me, I no day. Sheila no day. Kerry Black no day. I knew that if you look around the set of comedians who are around, unless the stalker does not do his thing, that's his opening. And so when you now do that, you are now recognized for that. So you need to first bring value. Once there's that value, when you call your figure, a prep set mago.
All right. Can we have a final words from our speakers? Ladies first. Oh, can we allow Forever to add to what?
Yeah. So thank you. So
Face audience.
No. We are the guy who asked the question. So first of all, I have a problem with that question. The problem with the question is where your mind is. You are starting with money, and you will not succeed. No. We have to be very honest. No, you cannot start with money. For example, now, you believe you are funny, right? But if they call you for an event and they call Acapella, they would not book you. Not because you are not funny, simply because you don't have a name yet. You will make money when you have a name. So what you should focus on now is not money. That is the problem. You know why he saw me? When I followed CY to go and do comedy, Standard Chartered. I was not paid. When I performed, he saw me, said, this guy good. That's how he put me on Comedy Goes to Church. I was the first comedian that day to perform. I killed it. And he put me again in the CD and went viral. My first time at Stand Up Nigeria, I came to Lagos on the 26th, 27th. I was begging. M. Sabi was begging for me. They said, no, we don't know him. Westy Baba, that guy used the blood to prevent me from climbing that stage. 1 month later, Prince, who is my friend, was in a comedy club at Ikeja. Bo Joint walked in, I was performing, and I killed the place. That following week was Stand Up Nigeria. Bo Joint went to tell Bumi Davis, use this guy. They said that there's no extra slot, that if I perform, he will not perform. He removed himself for me to perform. That's Bo Joint. I now went on stage, did very well. Bumi Davis now put me on television. Imagine when the day I followed CY, I didn't do well. He won't call me. I didn't follow CY because I needed money. I was looking for exposure, and that exposure would then give you the name. If I did not do well, Bo Joint will not sacrifice his slot for me. So at this point, it's no money. You see this money, there are many ways to make money faster than comedy. No, not jokes. If you get a job now, they will pay your salary at the end of this month. If money is the problem, then it's not comedy. And you can get money through many ways legally. You can work for real estate, they will pay you. You teach, they pay you. No. Hold on. I'm going somewhere, please. I beg. I need to round up this part. So what I'm trying to say is that if money is your driving force, there are many ways to make money. But if you want to succeed in stand-up, first thing, remove money. Because if you put money, you will not grow. Because there are certain places that demand that you have to perform free for you to be known. But if you put money, for instance, no payment, no go. Whereas that free, the first time I went to Aso Rock, Ose was there. It was Pencil that called me. That, oh boy, they need to come in and go figure you with English. I asked him, how much did they pay? He said, they're now paying. I said, who is coming? He now said, Vice President, I wear clothes. Now, nobody knows if I didn't say it here. Now, the performance I took to Aso Rock was a free performance, free. So imagine I put money in front, and I'm not performing. I'm not attacking you, but you get what I'm trying to say. The idea is remove money first from the beginning, build value, grow to the point where people can say, I want this guy. That's when they will pay. Until you have not got to where you say, I want this guy, nobody will pay.
Yeah, so and to add, sorry, because sometimes even when they call you where money day, you don't even feel perform. If they take you in front of Vice President now, even speak pidgin. Do you understand what I'm saying? And but there the money day. So you go grow yourself so that when you reach there, you go there like training ground.
All right, thank you very much. No. Acapella just responded to a question, and this time we're going to be having the final words from our speakers. Then we will be done with this session. We have another thing to do in the next 1 hour.
Okay. All right. One of the things that I've seen that has made people fail is excitement. Many times we come for events where they are teaching our minds to grow. You laugh, you enjoy the time, but you don't imbibe anything. Most of the knowledge that helps, see this thing that we're holding in our hands. Some of you are going to throw it in the dustbin. But I beg you, what really makes knowledge stick is what you do after you get the knowledge. There's nothing we're going to tell you now that you have not heard variations of it in different ways. It's what you do with it that matters. So please take time to go through these materials again and find a nugget for yourself to help. And quit comparison. There is no way you are going to be another Alibaba. You will be yourself and maybe much more. You just don't know. So please invest in yourself. If nobody is betting on you, bet on yourself. Funny is not a given for everybody. I'm telling you the fact. Or else you're going to struggle forever. There are people that started... you see? So you don't need to struggle. Just find what you are good at and excel at it. So don't say because somebody is doing something, you have to keep at it. You know, there's a scripture that fears me. The first shall be the last, and the last shall be the first. Whether you like it or not, a hotter than you is coming. So once you know that, you better use the time that you have very well.
So can we ask Acapella for his final word before we round up?
Mine is going to be very short. You must find a mentor. A mentor that fits what you want to do. I don't want to give names, but I work on radio. I've had a lot of musicians come to me and say, Baba, man, just they follow you. I say, I go lead you astray. I'm a comedian. There is no correlation between what I do and what you do. And then in their whole mind, she be at the same entertainment space. I say, no be the same thing. They go this direction, they go this direction. You will find a mentor that tallies with... Like, I give you a typical example. Let's assume, say somebody like Forever, just they start comedy. And then he picks an Akpororo as a mentor. Italy. Because his style of comedy, his brand of comedy, 10 years from now, you go wasting time. But there's a guy that will follow Akpororo and excel perfectly. So you pick a mentor that resembles where you are. That's the only way you can escape rat race. Thank you.
A round of applause for Acapella, ladies and gentlemen. And ladies and gentlemen, let's listen to the final word from our grandmaster, the king of comedy himself, Alibaba.
All right. No, this is not. To fear. All right, so guys, three things that you need to, a few things that you need to note when it comes to growing as an MC and as a comedian. Try, like I said, because when I was talking at the end of this thing, I wasn't talking about MCing again. When I say create jokes, I wasn't talking about MCing again. The message of MC had been delivered with that mind map. So as an MC, for those of you who are here, who are MCs, make sure that you work hard at your craft. There's no reason that you should not have an upper hand over somebody who is just an MC and you're a comedian. So if you're a comedian and have great sense of humor, you should actually make a lot more than someone who is just an MC. If somebody says, I want to use Ajele, he say, he's a comedian. Say, good. He's a dancer. Good. He's a great MC. Good. Now, when you now want to compete with that kind of person, you say you are an MC. Thank you. What extra value are you bringing to the stage? Now, if you notice, in the case of David, when he went to kill Goliath, did not ask how much he was going to get paid. When Joseph interpreted dreams, he did not ask how much he was going to get paid. He interpreted the dreams. You see, most times it is the value that you put in front that makes people say, let's use him. Now, a lot of you somebody mentioned when
when I bought my property in Victoria Island, somebody came to see me in my office, and the person said, "Now, wow, all this one from comedy, eh? Just to make people laugh." I told the guy, I said, add that to 39 years. I said, add that to 39 years. You see, the thing with us is that we want to jump to the front. Like he said, you must pay your dues. And if you can't pay your dues, you need to bring something unique that will jumpstart you and jump you to the front. Kenny Black has not spent as many years as some people have done in the business. He knows where he went into. He knows what he did. And he took that talent that he had, music, blended it with comedy, and that's where he's growing now. Akboro called one day and said, "Bros, they look for MC." And I was like, "Why you not do it?" He said, "Bros, you know my weakness now." But when they then still called me to be MC, I made sure that he did comedy. What happens to some of you that bonds you is that when they call you for an event, the person that made them call you for the event, you want to make sure that they don't call that person for another event. So, try as much as possible to improve your act. Develop your skills. How many of you go through, there's something called News World. All the newspaper topics are there. News World. Every topic, so you can go there, look through it, I started following that when I had my radio show, Alibaba Seriously, on Nigeria Info. And every day I go through that place, there's no way that I won't get about 10 jokes. Ready-made is the thing that is killing our industry. You want ready-made jokes. Once somebody has told the joke, you then take it. Back in the days, somebody can tell a joke in Kaduna after 3 months before you then hear it in Lagos. Now, if they tell it today, and somebody posts it 2 hours later, you will hear it. And the fact that you are taking other people's jokes and telling them somewhere that people are not hearing because the event is not covered, people will find out later because people will record you and post. They posted one guy's joke. I told the guy, I said, "Now you get this joke." He said, I played him a VHS tape. VHS tape. He said, "You know jokes." I said, "Similar." So it happened to you for Alagbado the same time. So now when he tells the joke, it's not in Alagbado again, it's in Agege. At least it's not too far. The other thing is, guys, build your network amongst your friends. No, you have not taken pictures. I went to see you. I do not believe that there's a comedian that will not blow. But I believe there are comedians who can blow that will not blow. So I know you have the potential to blow, but if you don't blow, then now you cause them. Because you don't have mentors. When you have the people that are your mentors, there's one comedian that was following me before. He said he didn't follow me again because I don't like smoking. But I know comedians that smoke. When they come around me, but I know comedians that smoke. When they come around me, they leave the cigar.
You should follow Phronesis.
No, Phronesis doesn't smoke. Phronesis is not a smoke. Phronesis is the kuma. All right, so now just try as much as possible to make sure that you grow your brand. And how to grow your brand is make sure you perform in different places. How many of you go to comedy clubs to test your materials? You know why they don't go to comedy clubs to test materials? Because the materials that you won't go test now jokes where people don't talk before. I was at a club yesterday. What was that your club? Last week. Dolly's, Abi. And we were there and we said spontaneity, 200K. Spontaneity, 200K. And while everybody was struggling, I said, we now threw one word. We said, no. Cramps. We just said cramps. We said cramps. Somebody do a joke with cramps. 200K. the two guys that were there, this idiot and one Ogbolo. What be that guy name? What be Ukodo? Before we knew what was happening, just like 20 seconds, Ukodo said, we should do jokes about cramps in this period.
And that's on.
But you see, it flow. Now, that's what you call spontaneity. They're not a borrow and they're not a pick am. If they body, you not get them. Then they'll now tell you to be spontaneous. Because the only thing that keeps this guy in business, and OK Bakassi especially, one of the most spontaneous person that I know, OK Bakassi. When you say one thing, you get one thing when you go drop. Whether an old proverb, whether a new joke. Spontaneous. The spontaneity is what keeps a lot of us still doing the business that we do. Because spontaneity, you know, if you take am from me, and I dare now cook am. So, but the one when I don't talk before, somebody will carry and go talk for another place. Then when they then say, make them teach these people how to do spontaneous, somebody say, you know, they give them time. Can't take the motor now, go punish all of them.
Ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause for the king. And of course, a round of applause for Acapella.
The golden boy. Let's wait for, Lolo went
please, she went to the ladies.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the producer of all the things we've been doing and what we're going to do tonight.
Please,
a round of applause for Smile Global.
Please, can you me get Lolo? She went to the ladies. Okay, there she
Yeah,
goes.
yeah, Lolo is here. We'll take pictures. It's an after party. So when we are done with pictures, we'll all go outside, all of us, to take pictures and all that.
Please make way for
Lolo. Get
Lolo.
ready for... Make way, please. So, ladies and gentlemen, did you learn something? I'll post the full video. Hello. I will post the full video on my YouTube page. Right? We've been live anyway, so, and the YouTube page is Ajele Comedian. All right. Wait, Martha, see you're welcome. All right, can we have the speakers alone? Only the speakers. Only the guest speakers. I'm so sorry. All right, photographers, photo.
Don't forget, please, we're going outside to take a group photo. If you have, open the leg. And don't forget to post your pictures online, tagging Ajele, Alibaba, Acapella, Lolo, and Omo Talks.
Bitoski. So,
Hello, please, let's do this outside, please. Pictures.
Please, can we all move outside now? If you're closer to the door, you should get there first. Thank you. If you're closer to the door, you should get there first. Please, let's go.